Okay. Hello, friends. Sorry it's taken me till, well, almost midnight to live stream, but boy, did I get heat exhausted yesterday and from the exertion the day before. Um, Being on the road, I think I got super dehydrated and just didn't feel well at all. Then I got sent on a wild goose chase where I thought I was missing a tax deadline for 2019 taxes. The news media went all ham, uh, telling the public that there's $1.5 billion of unclaimed refunds for people that got too caught up with 2020 madness and COVID to do their 2019 taxes. So I got the impression that I had a big $700 to $900 refund and/or kicker check from state of Oregon waiting for me to perhaps claim. And I get in a tizzy finding the paperwork, and then I figure out that I have to postmark it uh, by the 17th. And so the post office was closed at that point. So I'm calling around trying to figure out if FedEx or UPS could give me a postmark for the same day, because the IRS decided that even though you can do your 2020, 2021, and 2022 taxes now by e-filing, they decided that they would force people to do it by paper. So I did all this for no reason, because once I finally did the actual taxes, I found out I didn't get a refund. I didn't owe, but I didn't get a refund, so there's no particular reason to file. Sort of balanced out. I wish I just knew that earlier. But I think part of this heat exhaustion just meant that I was quite confused about this situation. And I was trying to help out family members, and so. But anyway, I'm here now. But I'm not feeling particularly well. I got sniffles and sneezing constantly, and just hope it's a sinus infection. We've had a lot of humid, smoky heat here, and it's affected me, but I think it's affected a lot of the people on the West Coast. So what I want to do as people kind of trickle in now is get started on doing a fire roundup and check on things today and try to find out what we can expect a little bit for tomorrow. And hopefully I can kind of reset my sleep schedule. I tend to go nocturnal when it's this hot. It's just nice and cool in the evening, and there's something about just the heat of the day that just slams me down. It makes me want to take long naps and screws that up. So Dustin M says, watch those heat injuries, they stack. Yeah, thanks. I need to get a lot more serious about it. It's insidious. It comes on slow. But also the air pollution affects me a lot more than I ever realized on high nitrous oxide days, like from wildfires. I'm just a slug. I can barely move. And it's the kind of air pollution that you can't detect. It's an odorless gas. But wow, I put two and two together a couple of years ago. But thanks, Dustin. I hope you're doing well. I've got car problems right now, but I might be able to go personally observe, perhaps from a distance. I'll check out the feasibility of this, especially like the 224 by Estacada. Today's flight was a scrub completely. C-Probe came back, and I texted him and said I wouldn't be flying today to the coast. But he got onto the taxiway and had an avionics problem, so he did not manage to take off. But it's possible that once that's fixed, that with his flying club thing, he may be able to get like another free day of flying. It's not strictly an airplane rental. It's like a timeshare for airplanes. We could head towards the coast and maybe from a distance see what's going on, from the air down there by Agnes and Gold Beach, and check out the flat fire. But there's always, of course, a flight restriction in the general area, but you could see these things for miles. I just don't know how useful that would be. Like, I'm still weighing, now that I still don't have a laptop. That would be where the next donation money dollars go towards. So if a big fire breaks out and I'm not at home, I really can't do this. I need a pretty robust laptop that can run the streaming software. It takes a lot of computer power. It takes a really nice video card, and that's what makes a computer expensive. So Dustin M says, used to be Nope Nunya. Oh, hi, Nope. Okay, let me make a note of that. Let me get rid of my dish here. I really need to make like a database or like a Excel sheet of people who have changed their names and when they started watching and stuff. Excuse me, let me mess around in the kitchen. I'm gonna make a coffee while we wait for some people to join. When they get the notification, it takes a little bit for people to trickle in here, and I don't want to jump right into the fire stuff, A, without coffee, and B, people saying, wait, can you repeat that? Especially if we have videos to watch. I have not been able to follow much of the fires today. Smitty kept me abreast by things with some text messages and whatnot. So, but it didn't seem like anything particularly major was happening, like a new fire with new crazy evacuations or anything. I want to make sure that we're covering everything thoroughly and can connect people with the resources that they need. Let me use my super coffee maker here to brew like a little espresso type thing. I will need that caffeine, get some sugar out, get some half and half, froth that milk. Heck yeah. So, I still don't know how successful or not the fundraiser thing was, the experiment with Amazon. If people were using the links and buying stuff, I'll have to log in and check that out. And everybody who's wondering why I've not responded, thank you. First, thank you everybody who has donated. PayPal's been the way most people have been doing it. And I don't monitor that in real time. It would be cool if I could somehow do that, but it's excuse me. This, I really am juggling too much in general. So I want to apologize to everybody who's written emails. I've got some tantalizing things to discuss with people. People who want to take road trips and try to document some of the wildfire aftermath. Meet up with me and just discuss a couple of things. So I'm totally behind on that. I will be starting to reply to people tomorrow and just beg everybody's patience. I still have all these. Every once in a while, I'm just reminded that I have long COVID and it's not over yet. At least all the symptoms. My memory's just not quite back. I still have almost photographic long-term memory for remembering conversations from years ago and such. But when I get a to-do list together, I'm like helpless if I'm not looking at it. And I'm losing track of time. So every time I think about something and call somebody back, they're like, that was 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, oh my God. Didn't realize this. So it is getting better though. If anybody has lost their sense of smell or taste or part of it, or you're just wondering where the heck did my IQ go after having COVID, and you experience stuff like breathlessness. I spoke to somebody today, one of my family members, and they lost the ability to sing in a higher octave. And so she had no idea. She had like a cold and sniffle thing for 3 months. She had no idea that was COVID. She had tested negative, and any more of these tests, unless you get a blood test, are completely useless. So the duration of my COVID infection that attacked my kidneys for the most part and left me, breathless for the entire winter, that was like 5 months. So I'm in a weakened state, and all I can do is just apologize. I don't want to be in a weakened state. I'd like to be everybody's superhero and be broadcasting 20 hours a day like last year and the year before, but that's going to take a while to recover that much. And besides, I think I was hurting myself doing that, going that hardcore. Okay, back. Hey Cheryl, how are you doing? I did text a few people. They may drop in, people like John Stoker and such. So let me sit back down. My coffee's almost ready. So slow. Few people want to work. Many are stuck on handouts and likely still traumatized. Yeah, I just spoke to um, some family members, and we just remarked about how we all got hit pretty bad. The extended family, down there in the Yuba, Sutter County, and Sacramento County area, and Butte County, but we didn't lose anybody. We've had some people severely affected. My mom was unresponsive and didn't answer the phone and didn't pay her phone bill. And I had to call a neighbor to say, "Is my mom okay?" And she was delirious and rolling around with a fever on her living room floor. But she got found, because of my welfare check call to my neighbor, and the new drugs saved her. So my mom still has very little sense of taste. And it's not coming back, but it might slowly, because some people have been reporting to me it takes 7 to 8 months. So Dustin M says, I'm gritting my teeth, trying not to say the obvious thing, which is folks have to get their druthers about them. That's an interesting phrase. Your stream's got my bags back on. I'm helping to rebuild Greenville just as I promised during the Dixie. Yeah, I wish we could have sat down and had a talk. You do have to just try to keep going. I've got some regrets. I always thought, I'll just feel better next week, and I'll feel better next week, and that's when I should stream. And I should have stayed in better touch with people and let them know my health status, even if it was just streaming for 20 minutes. Yeah, Smitty says it doesn't help that there's not much left standing, but there's a lot to be rebuilt. There's a lot to replant. There's still a lot of work to be done. So yeah, it's just helping others has been the number one thing that's helped me feel better. I was scared for my life and didn't know if I was going to survive, didn't know if I had cancer during the winter, and losing my brother was traumatic. And then I found out that Joyce, the lady I saved from a fire, she died not too long after Christmas. And then I found out that this lady that was 103, who was my mom's neighbor, died. And I had promised to sit down with her and record her life story, but she just suddenly got sick and died. This was while I was with my own health struggle and couldn't leave the house. And I just thought, man, I had guilty feelings and just kind of walked around stunned, thinking, why didn't I just pick up the phone and record the phone call? There's a speakerphone and I have a microphone. What was I doing? But you just got to move on. We're here now. We're here now. So Cheryl, hey, says wildfire burning near Lake Okanagan Resort. Yikes, looks horrendous in some spots. So let me check out that YouTube video real quick. I think most people have arrived who might be arriving now. We'll check out the flat fire, the 224, and we'll check out watch duty. In fact, that's what I gotta log into off screen. Let me do that. Go grab my coffee. I figure having a night stream is better than having no stream, especially if I can just quickly tell people about, which I just sort of violated that rule. I just kind of prattled on a little bit, but if I can give people a quick rundown, then they can go and watch this and over breakfast sort of thing. So we can do the quickest, like, let's look at the fires, the quick rundown. The rabbit fire, there's a link to 564 Fire, I believe is his channel, in the description of the video, and he was a boots on the ground person filming it when it first showed up. This is the biggest concern going on in California, in Southern California, east of Riverside in Riverside County. And Riverside County can have some of the worst fires. It's been pretty severe. So we've got 45% containment, and that just makes me feel pretty good. It wasn't too long ago, on 4th of July, we were looking at 2 different fires started by fireworks. At least one we confirmed was started by fireworks because it was on the camera. There was a really we were watching it, and I rewound it, and just south of Beaumont, there was a bunch of cars that pulled up, like people watching illegal fireworks, and one went off, had a huge burst in a freeze frame of the time-lapse camera, and then all of a sudden a bushfire started up. And so there was one at Beaumont, and there was one just north of Banning. And so it's a here we go again thing from Riverside County. So the 45% containment was updated at just before 7 p.m. And I did make the date 7/18 because it'll be less confusing, because we're starting the stream close enough to midnight. But do tell me which fires are most concerning to you, what you want to know, and I let chat guide me a lot. Dustin M says I didn't get burned out, but got close. The Dixie fire went 300 feet from the house, burned for weeks over me. Helping has brought me solace. Yeah. And this channel is a blessing. Keep yourself healthy and press on. Well, thank you so much. Patting me on the head and my mods on the head saying they're doing a great job, which they are, is something that is really, really important and really helps. So sometimes I think, well, I only got, 200 views this video. Why am I even doing this? But when I get the feedback, that's what keeps me going. That it's useful, that it's helpful. So CAL FIRE has full evacuation notices, Smitty says. Yeah, there's an updated map here, which I should add to the description of the video. But I gotta commend you, Dustin. This is a way to just keep on keeping on. You're doing a good job too. So this is a great map. How did they make this? Says this map was created by a user. Learn how to create your own. Yeah, I'd love to learn how to create my maps. Google My Maps. Ooh. I wonder if I could learn how to do this. And when they first get an evacuation order and they say this road to this road to this road, I could draw my own. I'm sure this doesn't take a rocket science degree. If it's penciling stuff out, this might be just an awesome idea. Okay, awesome, excellent. So this is where they've got I assume the dark red. Oh, wait a second. Okay, we are in correct color mode. Okay, the dark red I would assume is mandatory level 3. However California does their stuff. And then the other one is get ready. Yeah, evacuation order is mandatory in the red. Evacuation warning is in the yellow. Cool. And a nice, clear, concise key. Sweet. So looking back at the rabbit fire, they've got 45% containment. And that's just excellent. If we look at, let me get Google Maps. And roll down to California. Down to Cal. Down to I even have the rabbit fire in Google Maps. What I like to do is put on terrain. Then you go, oh. Then you realize, oh, difficulty. And we're going to watch the little video that 564 Fire has, and he has generously said that we can share the video. I don't know if he continued to film it after it developed, but it started out as like a hilly grass fire area, and I wasn't that too concerned, but it expanded after a bit. And I did see a little bit of Flight Radar 24, and I did see very large aerial tankers working several fires, including, our old friend MD-87, the Orange Fish. I think there's 2 of them actually, 2 MD-87s, and a couple of DC-10s, like Tanker 911 was working the flat fire today. But you can see this kind of terrain. Is there any way to see? I wouldn't expect a Google car went anywhere around here, but worth a shot, right? There used to be a Google service called Panoramio, which was amazing. It was people taking photos in the middle of nowhere, like hikers. I don't know why they shut that down. Like Google bought it, shut it down, if I remember right. Well, but it used to show all kinds of remote places. It was incredible. But go figure. Um, Google is like a company with ADD. They just focus on one thing for a bit and they go squirrel, and they abandon their latest project. So let's see, we got some satellites, dry, scrubby stuff. It's not like I've been to California, Southern California, that much, but this is fast. This is the kind of fire where the fuel burns up really fast, but it gets driven by wind up and down the hills and climbs them really super fast too. So it can be quite a handful. We go back and look. It's this whole hilly area down to the very southwest, right up to the southwest neighborhoods of Beaumont here. Now, if we get Caltopo out, let's look for some heat signatures of this rabbit fire. And they've been a little bit erratic. Like sometimes the GOES satellite just shows nothing here on Caltopo, and I don't know if it's a Caltopo error or if the satellite just doesn't go by all the time. So here we've got a Modus or Veers. What? That's not the rabbit fire. That's something north of Riverside. Sometimes these are things like, you know, large structure fires, which I'm not aware of any, but sometimes it can be something like a recycling plant. But if we go down to the rabbit fire, we don't have any activity. See what I mean? Here's Mystic Lake by the rabbit fire, so no heat signature whatsoever showing from these satellites. Go figure. Either things are going really bad or really well, or the satellites are not focusing on this, or there's a problem with getting the stuff on Caltopo. Who knows? So let's look back up here. Looking at chat. Oh, Bob S. Hi, how are you? Thanks for the info. Are you a firefighter? I think you were talking to Dustin. Dustin says our community wised up and dumped a 2,500-gallon cistern tank in, and I helped plumb it. That's cool. Set it and bury it. It buys additional time being proactive. Oh, that stuff is incredibly important. So Dustin M says heading for a Class A or B license for driving a pump truck or something for the fire department. I can't run hard as I used to, so no pickaxes and shovels on a hill, but I can drive heavy equipment. I was a soldier, a builder, and a miner, never a firefighter, but I am adaptable and dynamic. Did you mine gold or anything up in Plymouth County? Is that what you were doing? Because I would love to talk to you all day long about that. To run around all the ghost towns there. Wish I took a lot more pictures because the Dixie fire burned up so many. So what we can do looking at the rabbit fire, I don't know that we have any incident management team CAL FIRE stuff on YouTube concerning it, but let me show you what the 564 fires video. Whoa, sorry, that was extremely loud. This is his video, and said with link love and an attribution we could show it. So this was 3 days ago, a little quick 11-minute streamed live. You could see the kind of terrain the rabbit fire is in.
Alright, I copy. Everything's working right now. We've got, I think, 25 en route. As soon as they start coming in, I'll start pumping them over towards you. Copy. Where are you at so I can do a face-to-face? Actually, just checking with the IC over at the ICP. I can come to you. It'd probably be easier.
Now, it's really shaky, so I was trying to look at these guys on the left. One of the ways that they might fight both the rabbit fire and the flat fire is by doing backburning. So I was wondering if these guys over here to the left had drip torches. Now, backburning is burning off in a controlled manner the vegetation in front of the fire so that when it gets super windy and super fierce, when the fire reaches that stuff, it's got little to nothing to burn, and we'll kind of either speed bump, pause it, or just stop it. one area. The roadless nature of the Siskiyou National Forest over by the southwestern Oregon's flat fire. I think that's about one of the few options that they have in the roadless part. They may have to light the fires from the air on, say the fire was going south. I don't know which direction it's actually traveling, but if it was going south, they might go on those slopes and in the middle of the night light fires on those slopes to try to make a scorched earth kind of a deal, so that if it went south, at least the north slope would be pre-burned before high winds and high heat of a day. They may be doing stuff like that in their toolbox. We'll have to try to see an InstaWeb report to see if that might be something that may be what they have to do. So if we look at this, you can see the brushy chaparral, shoulder height bushes down there in Southern California, the dry grass. A lot of these grasses are not native, by the way, and that's why California has some pretty serious fires. The native grasses just didn't burn so fiercely and so crazy. They were something that the Indians and Native Americans could light, and they would just fertilize the ground with some ash, and didn't particularly grow super tall and didn't climb the trees and didn't burn so fiercely. Let's see if he's got more rabbit fire videos. It's an incredible channel. Do check it out. Link is in the description of this video. It's got Dixie fire stuff too. So what's the latest? Okay, latest live. It would be under lives. And so he streamed several stuff 2 days ago. So here's more on the rabbit fire. I gotta go get my coffee.
Yep.
Where is this? Is this a helipad?
You can see the wind and the slope are a little bit in alignment here, and it's going to make a run right toward us and toward this house.
Okay, good. He's showing how they are protecting a structure. So this is 3 days ago on the rabbit fire, but that must be Mystic Lake over there. If we're looking here at this, see Mystic Lake. Let's look at the satellite map. Eden Hot Springs. Oh, looks like a nice resort thing. I don't see another body of water anywhere near the rabbit fire, so I'm gonna guess that that's Mystic Lake. So let me go grab my coffee.
So they're here to defend this home and see how it goes. All right, share the broadcast. That would be great. Okay, it's the rabbit fire. I'm just off Gilman Springs Road. Again, Cal Fire 3172 and Riverside County Engine 99 are on structure defense. The structure's right behind me. The wind and the slope are in alignment now, and we're going to take a little bit of heat here shortly. So this guy's getting ready. What they'll probably do is try and mobile this road, maybe. I'm not sure. He's got the tip on there, so pulling a second line off. Typically in structure defense, they don't pull any more than 200 feet of hose off. They may have to cut and run, so they don't want to lose too much hose.
I mean, yikes.
All right, we're gonna go after it.
When he's saying pull hose off the truck, he means, unspooling it off the truck. So this is a sketchy situation. The other key words that he said is the wind and the slope have aligned. And so that means that a fire can just rapidly just rush up a hill. So what he's talking about is the wind has found a path straight up a hill. So say it's a west slope hill, right? And so if the fire is to the west, and a west wind blows it to the east, it'll blow it straight up the hill to the east, for example. So that is when fire can move at maximum speed. Not only can fire climb really fast, but when driven in the same direction, it climbs mega fast. So that's why they're getting ready to, quote, cut and run. I have not seen this. This is just some thing that really highlights the exceptional bravery of what firefighters do here.
Heat here shortly, so this guy's getting ready. What they'll probably do is try and mobile this road, maybe. I'm not sure. He's got the tip on there, so pulling a second line off. Typically in structure defense, they don't pull any more than 200 feet of hose off. They may have to cut and run, so they don't want to lose too much hose. All right, we're gonna go after it.
And losing the hose means they leave it to burn. They just abandon it. When I went to Paradise, and it was more than 8 months later, there were still coiled hoses that had been damaged by the fire that were just sitting at the end of driveways and the end of trailer park neighborhoods that used to exist. Sometimes you can tell that they lost the neighborhood that they tried to defend, and they just cut the hose, and it was still neatly coiled but half burned, or sometimes it didn't look like it had much wrong with it, but you could see that it was cut like with a blade. I mean, when they're talking about cutting the hose, there might be a way to get it off the spool real quick, but some of it had been cut with a blade. I may have photographed some of it, but it was extremely eerie. And an entire year later, when I came back a second time to Paradise, I saw more of that stuff just coiled up. So let me look back at the chat. And thanks so much for the kind words, Dustin. We all saved each other, I think, during the Dixie fire when you were saying your channel saved my butt for sanity during the Dixie. You were more informative than all the other outlets. With actual level-headed predictions on wind direction and above the official outlets. Thank you. That scares me more than anything, that I predicted the fire's movements better than CAL FIRE on occasion, but that's not because CAL FIRE is stupid. They, just like Mike Wink said with his heartfelt apology about Greenville, is they rely too much on computer modeling. And I went with the local experts. I went with what Daniel said in Taylorsville, the ex-firefighter at Taylorsville. I'm one of those people that says, we learned mostly about fire in the 1930s. And thank you for hitting the thumbs up and the like button thing. Totally forgot to tell Twitter I was live again. But we all saved each other with the sanity part. I mean, I was just weeping and crying on stream and just trying to hold it together as much as anybody else. Seeing everything I grew up just in danger. And town by town and section by section, completely getting obliterated. And being in another state, just watching it helplessly. That was not a fun experience. Worse for people involved there, but we all made such a wonderful supportive community. And hey, Nick, thanks for coming. That kept me from just breaking apart. People are like, well, why were you awake for days on end and streaming for 20 hours or 40 hours in a row? I'm like, well, how was I supposed to sleep? I was disturbed. But just focusing on the facts, giving each other hugs and support, that's the way to do it in a world full of conspiracy stuff and governments not being very forthcoming. So I'm going to just quickly scroll through this. If people want to watch the entire thing, maybe we could later. It's probably a great, how to defend structures kind of video. I'm not a firefighter, but just looking at this situation, if they had time, since they've got this nice road, driveway, fuel break thing here, I don't know if you can see my cursor. If they had time what would really help them defend this structure and this property is going right here, just to the edge of the left of the screen. And if the wind was blowing to that road, then light the fires there. I don't know how they would do it. Toss a road flare or something, and then have a very small fire burn right here to the road. So that would burn up really quick, and then the main scene of the fire would be coming up the hill, but reach the black. But if they didn't have time, which looks like they just arrived, there's no option to do that. But that's a great way that you can defend a structure or an area by using a backfire, because this truck is parked too close to this. If this is on fire and the wind drives it over, the flames are going to reach the tires. They're going to reach the window. You might have to move the truck. So right now, I think what their plan is to wet down this vegetation instead of burn it off before the main fire comes. Which, getting out the hoses looks like is what he was doing. At least the vegetation next to the truck. And this is bad. This kind of vegetation being this tall, right next to the structures, this is poor weed management, and I mean, this is bad. These people should have mowed down. I don't know who's in charge, whose land it is. Is it federal? Is it private? I don't know. But do not have your driveway and your property looking like that. You know, flames can reach double the height, even triple, in some circumstances of whatever vegetation is burning. And then when the fire pushes the wind down to the ground, then, so you see 3-foot high bushes burning 6 to 8 feet tall. Well, if the wind flattens it against the ground, then the flames can go 8 feet to 10 feet across the ground, reaching across the ground towards you and your vehicle. So mow at least 4 or 5 feet next to every road, and that will tell firefighters we have a much better, when they look at it and roll up in the driveway, we have a much better chance of saving this property and saving our own bacon, saving our own lives, and not having our truck melt here. They will choose to save your property versus somebody else who let the weeds grow. This is it's a big lesson for just looking at this. I don't know if it was the county's responsibility, no judgment, just stating facts. So this will be a very good video to watch in full. But since it's 18 minutes long and I'm probably going to chatter about it the whole time, I think I should just do a roundup of the fires. Because I already went back on what I said. My original plan now was to do a quick roundup and then, no. Hey, Kangaroo Island, how you doing? Nicholas W, welcome. Brad P, hey, how you doing? Kangaroo Island TV says, I remember watching a Dixie coverage. It was epic. You did so many hours. It was not too long after our big fire. Yeah, and you know what? I thought the Dixie fire would never be a big deal. I mean, yeah, that was when I streamed. It began on July 14th. I was going to do a anniversary stream thing, but that didn't happen. It's been one of the busiest Julys of my life. Since it was next to the Paradise Burn Scar and the thing that had happened with the bear fire, I thought, well, there can't be that much vegetation to burn, that they've got really good fire lines still made. And I did not account for the fact that supposedly a drone was in the air, or somebody thought they saw a drone. So aircraft stopped day 1 and day 2 and day 3, like early on when they were needed. And there was a lot more vegetation to burn in the Feather River Canyon than I expected. And once they got a handle on the Dixie fire, remember after it got bad at places like Indian Falls and Belden, but it looked like they were wrapping up. They were starting to close shelters, and then PG&E started another power line fire. With people forget the Fly Fire was a second power line that went down by Quincy, and they dropped their preparation to save Greenville, tried to save Quincy, tried to save Taylorsville as the fire went over there. That's the main reason we lost Greenville, is PG&E started a second fire with their stupid power lines. And then all hell broke loose. So, but it looked so promising in the very early thing. I remember I was just casually saying, "Oh, I'm very familiar with this." And if you go back to my like July 14th broadcast, which is still there, I was shocked about just how bad it got. We never even had, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts, except for when the fire made its own. I mean, it was doing extreme fire behavior with 35-mile-an-hour wind gust days because it made its own wind. So let's do a quick, somewhat update thing. I want to move on from the rabbit fire for a brief moment because I'm not sure we have anybody in chat that is involved with the rabbit fire. Do speak up and introduce yourself if you want more info. But we're going to revisit it since we have a couple of nice teaching videos to watch. I love the 564 channel. That's been amazing. And if you go back into 564 Fires archives too, you could see a lot of first-hand boots on the ground info. I think I already featured them during the Dixie fire. But I haven't revisited Plumas County as much as I needed to. I just stayed for the 4th of July parade a couple of nights in Janesville. And then when the electrifier broke out, I couldn't talk to people and meet them and film like I thought. I had to get John Stoker home down to El Dorado County. So I absorbed some of it. It was weird. I couldn't react to it at the moment, but like a week later, I just completely broke down. But I will revisit Plumas County, hopefully before the end of summer. Now this thing has potential to be a monster to flat fire. It really does. So was it midnight? 12:20, we're getting to the flat fire. Sorry, it's like 40 minutes into the broadcast. It's like, oh yeah, let's do a roundup. So we got 2 hours ago an update because I first started the stream and was hoping people could see the Facebook report on here that they've decided to do road closures, which I thought that would have happened a lot earlier, but nevertheless, the U.S. Forest Service released something pretty late tonight saying the acting forest supervisor, Jake Wynn, signed an area, road, trail, and river closure for public safety purposes during the suppression of the flat fire. So I guess no rafting, no fishing, no nothing on the Rogue River. The closed areas are described within the closure order of the Rogue River and Siskiyou National Forest webpage, which is this. So we ask for the public's understanding and cooperation while we stay focused on the firefighting effort. So, they don't want people to be. I mean, what this says to me, this is my interpretation, is they can't guarantee anybody's safety in this area. So there's a good practical reason for this. The fact that it's pretty much a cell phone dead zone, the entire region. It's not like they can call people with reverse 911 or any sort of a thing to try to warn people, and people can't stay abreast of the information. I think that's a very smart move. I'm not sure what happened tonight and not, say, prior days. But hey, better late than never, I suppose. The other thing is they probably don't want a bunch of looky-loos and potential drone fires and stuff in the area because they really have to slam this with aircraft. The southeast corner of the fire, southeast of Agnes, has almost no roads. In fact, no roads on some of the mountains. So that's an aircraft battle. Or perhaps dropping incendiaries from the air to try to fight fire with fire and burn, burn some black ahead of the fire, because there's really nothing to lose with that. That would make a lot of people uncomfortable. But if you look here at the Altopo, go back to the flat fire, I am not very. Yes, this is the exact spot I was going to talk about. Remember the Silver Peak, like I was talking about yesterday. I look at that. There's no roads on this entire mountain. This is nightmare mode. This is so difficult to control a fire because there's no road access. They can't put hot shots in there or have crews hike into the area because there's no way to get out quickly. Unless there's helicopter landing pads I'm not aware of, and you can just flip on satellite and see that there are none. So let's see, shade of relief here, satellite here. Unless there's anywhere for helicopters to land, fire activity. There might be one or two spots. This is kind of steep though. I don't know how, sloped this is. They're just not going to be able to put ground crews in. And we don't want to lose any more crews, any more hot shots. If the fire goes if the wind changes direction and there's a surprise, we used to lose crews, a dozen people at a time, 2 dozen. And we just can't do that. So, like I was saying, like this area is almost completely without roads, period. There's like one hiking trail. It's rugged, never been settled, never been developed stuff out here. So what do they have? Very few options. If the fire is going to push to the south, light some fire to the south already in the cool still of the night, and hope that enough vegetation burns that by the time the fire comes that way, that it, in the roaring wind, gusty, low humidity heat of the day, that it won't be as bad, won't be as intense. And if it's not as intense, it won't spot as much. Now, a lot of people might say, man, why light the perfectly good unburned part of the forest on fire? Well, because there's nothing to lose. If the wind is pushing it that way, it's going to go that way. And if there's nothing to stop it, there's no time to build a road, you have nothing to lose. It will burn anyway. So at least you can lower the intensity, slow it down, speed bump it. Hard decision making, and this is just one of the reasons why I preach the Roadless Wilderness Act has to be repealed. It was a cute idea of the 60s that was meant to protect wilderness from development, but in reality just laws to protect the wilderness from development. You can't go put a Jiffy Lube and a plaid pantry in the middle of the forest if law says you can't do it. You don't have to give the public the keys to these things, and then it's easier than ever to regulate who has access to these roads. With the trail cams and stuff that you can get the license plate of anybody who goes there, or motion activated cameras. You can make it a keypad sort of a thing rather than an old lock and key system like for most logging roads. You can protect the forest that way. You can send planes out to do thermal imaging and make sure people are out where they're not supposed to be. That's what's going to protect the forest from development, not, as long as there's no road, it won't get developed. That's not really real. Now, there's a second concern I have about the flat fire that can make it completely nightmare, and that is that it's burning in the Biscuit Fire burn scar. And the Biscuit Fire was one of Oregon's worst fires, if I can recall off the top of my head. It's shuddered at today. It was pretty severe, pretty bad. It was a 2002 fire, and after September 11th, it was just another one of those bad news things in the West. So did they do enough salvage logging? I don't know. I think there's still a lot of dead standing trees on the landscape because of images like that. Do you see this? You see this? Here's the sign, the Forest Service, and look at all the dead trees over there. This is unreal. Salvage logging is not only just to save the wood. The wood of all these trees gets wasted. It rots away after about the 3rd year. It's completely useless for furniture and just anything. So it's a money-losing situation to do salvage logging. But it means that, if you think about it, all of the dead trees that get logged, all that lumber produced from them means that living trees don't have to get cut down. But the main reason is to prevent repeat forest fires from occurring. The worst forest fires are old growth. I mean, for one, big trees to burn, and two, dead old growth or dead mature trees, because the entire trunk burns and the tree collapses, and when it does, it's an explosion of sparks and flame and burning material that gets thrown across the landscape. You've got especially the dead trees on the tops of hills that are throwing embers and burning bits of their sticks and stuff from hilltop to hilltop in the high winds. You have to get the dead trees on the ground at the very least. Salvaging the wood is nice, but this will prevent the forest from being utterly destroyed in a follow-up fire, and that could be 3 years later. All it just takes is 3 years for the brush to grow up. The brush is on fire and then it races up the dead trees. So it could be 3, 6, 9, 10 years later. But if you get lucky and there's no lightning strikes or anything, you can have 30 years later, 20 years later, dead trees still all over the landscape and a worse fire. So looking at this is not a good sign that they ever did too much salvage logging. This is quite concerning. So not only is it the Biscuit fire burn scar, which CalTopo should be able to show us fire history. If they didn't salvage log, yeah, here's 2002 Biscuit fire. Now it's puzzle pieced with some others. See how huge this was? Just massive. This section here is the Biscuit fire of 2002. You guys can see my cursor, right? I haven't been able to get the pen to work, but it's massive. The Chetco bar fire, puzzle pieces up against it. 2015 had the Collier Butte fire, and something in a very small affair in 2018. But let's see. Put on fire activity. Wait a second. Saying Biscuit. The Biscuit was this massive thing down here, but because the other fires were later, I guess. This yellow section may also be Biscuit burn scar. That's nuts. Oh, it is, because it has the yellow border. Ugh. Okay. I'm starting to understand why they called it one of Oregon's worst fire. I think it's this entire thing. Oh my god. Am I correct on this? Sometimes it can be, if they use the same border color for different fires, it can be disorienting. Let me just Google this. 2002 Biscuit fire map. Let me do this off screen. And let's see if the Wikipedia has got something. Hang on a second. Oh my god, I think it does. It does have that general shape. Here's the wiki. Let me look back at chat. Dustin M says, "Let me cut firewood. Let me help clear with the sheep and the cattle so it doesn't burn." I know. First of all, it's a tragedy to waste the wood. Oh, Nicholas W. is going to head out. Oh, sorry about that. Did you have a question? Very sorry. Hey, John Stoker. Hi. I ignored chat. I'm sorry, friends. Let's see. Oh my god, Dustin M says PG&E owned that flying drone for the Dixie and grounded the planes checking on their own lines. Oh my god. If that's true, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, hey John, good to have you here. Did I miss anybody's question? Yeah, exactly, Cheryl. A lot of these logging roads haven't been used in years, such as, they're 1920 logging roads, 1930 logging roads. So they may not have ever been maintained. The Forest Service has a budget, and they can't do everything that they want. Let's go back to here. Yeah, move to Canada. I don't know. Canada's aflame right now. Okay, so let's see the Biscuit fire. By God, that does match the CalTopo outline. Whoa. That's massive. It's this entire thing. Holy shnikes. Wow. This was a Landsat 5 satellite image taken with false color infrared 23rd of September 2002. Unreal. People still talk about it a lot, just like, you know, you talk to loggers and people in Oregon, you talk about fires, and they go, yeah, I worked the Biscuit fire, and it's one of those, oh man, one of those great, great fires. There's no one person to blame for all this. I mean, we've had a series of bad policies in general in the United States. Everything from senators making roadless wilderness act stuff without thinking about how are we going to fight fires then, just thinking about, you know, trying to protect the environment. But how do you protect the environment from fire? Everything from politicians making decisions who don't know anything about it to the federal mismanagement, which is sometimes they have to do what Congress says. So it's not like, oh, we can just hate the Forest Service. That's not what I'm trying to say. We've had federal land mismanagement where they either say, hey, clear cut one spot and then let the other spots overgrow. And then, of course, you know, the full suppression thing for like 150 years, replanting only fire promoting trees because they were the most valuable wood product trees, letting invasive species take over unchecked, and just when fires do happen, not salvage logging. All these giant bunch of grab bag stuff they're all factors. They're all important. They all need to be addressed. But we need to definitely learn from our mistakes, and fast. This is insane. This is around the size of the Great Tillamook Burn Fire, if I just am eyeballing this correct. So this is so let me just read you the article about the Biscuit Fire. The Biscuit Fire, and what is the acreage? 500,000. A 500,000 acre fire. Now the Dixie was almost 1 million. So these things are still happening. The Biscuit Fire was a massive wildfire in 2002 that burned nearly 500,000 acres in the Rogue River-Siskiyou National Forest in southern Oregon and northern California. The fire was named after Biscuit Creek in southern Oregon. It was the second largest fire in the modern post-1900s history of Oregon. Which was the first then? I would imagine maybe the Tillamook burn. We'll have to look that up. Or one of the Tillamook burns. Oregon's largest fires are actually believed to have taken place in the 1800s. I don't know about that. The Silverton Fire of 1865 is listed as Oregon's largest ever at over 900,000. Yeah, citation needed. I can't wrap my head around that. I know where Silverton is. That's east of Salem. Would that have rushed across the Willamette Valley and then taken over most of the Cascades? That I will have to research that. Big skepticism on that. The Biscuit area is subject to warm, dry winds known as the Brookings effect, also known as the Chetco effect, driven by high pressure over the Great Basin. I'm thinking that's probably a reference to the Banana Belt. It's also Hawaii has some pretty tropical moisture that hits southern Oregon coast, like Gold Beach, and you can practically grow palm trees because of it. So it was a two-factor thing with the warm winds. The fire reburned portions of the 1987 Silver Fire, totally different than Silverton. Silverton's a town. That's very far away. So the Biscuit Fire reburned portions of the 1987 Silver Fire, and much of its area was reburned in the 2017 Chetco Bar Fire. I remember that. Now, 2017 was the year that I first became super aware of wildfires in the West because we lost our good family friend, to the Cascade Fire the same night that Santa Rosa burned down. So that was when I was just waking up to the situation, and so I didn't follow the Chetco bar fire, and I don't know that much about it, but it was another pretty bad one. But the lesson is this: if you have the first fire kills the trees and only burns their limbs off. The tree trunks are full of thousands of gallons of water, so it takes a couple years of the tree trunks to dry out fully. Get all dry, ready to burn. A couple of years for a brush to grow back at the base of the trees, so that when there's a grass fire, whatever, the fire will go to the dead trunks and climb them. And your subsequent fires are worse than the first one, because the entire tree trunks are burning. So that intensity is so insane that whatever trees manage to survive the first one are not going to survive the second or the third reburns. So when the environmentalists say, well, you shouldn't salvage log because just as things are trying to grow back, you're taking tractors in there and squishing the little plants. No, that does not hold water. With a megafire like this, there are no plants that are native usually trying to grow back, or they're just replaceable bushes. The pine cones turn to ash, so you can't grow something out of ash. You have to have the seeds. So in general, it's just a bunch of birds will eat stuff like blackberries and poop out seeds as they fly over, and you'll just have trash invasive species that are usually trying to recolonize right after a big fire. And what you have to do is you have to get the standing dead trees, the snags, off the landscape. Otherwise, you're going to set it up for a repeat wildfire. Could be even a decade down the line. So what you don't want is to replant the forest, and a decade later it all burns down again, and to replant again. Everything needs to be prepped before the forest can regenerate. Start off with getting the dead trees off the landscape. So if you fail to do this, this is what you get. The repeat burns, the repeat burns, the repeat burns. We already learned that in the 1933 Tillamook Bird Fire. We had a repeat fire in 36, 39, and then several that the Japanese may have started with their balloon bombs during the war. But those were classified. I don't know if we still have all of that declassified yet. Mostly, though, the Japanese sent those balloon bombs during the trade winds, which are the tail end of summer and into the fall and winter. They mostly didn't do much. We know they started at least a few fires. So Dustin M says, satellite images show your sparks all flew with no lightning or clouds. Which ones? Oh, hey, Rob, good to have you here. If it's a designated wilderness, they not only can't build roads, but they can't use chainsaws or power tools. See, that's just retarded. That's just retarded. Why, God, why? Those tools protect the forest. You know? Oh my God. Sometimes I think we need to take over. Revolution. Oh. I remember that during the middle of the Caldor fire, they were trying to cut down a lot of the dead trees, especially by Tahoe, to try to protect Tahoe. And because it was Tahoe National Forest next door to South Lake Tahoe, the community, all of a sudden somebody walked up and said, hey, stop using your chainsaws. Use a hatchet instead. And then they had a stupid CO2 emissions thing that was in California's law, and it didn't exempt firefighters in an emergency. Firefighters use chainsaws. They use them on structure fires. They use them on everything. They're going to cut the hole in the roof. They're going to cut their way through a bathroom wall to rescue a victim. They use a chainsaw every day. And because there was no firefighter exemption to the rule about the chainsaws, while they were trying to protect Tahoe and quickly build the lines as the Caldor fire was roaring towards Tahoe, officials came out and said, you can't use your chainsaws. You have to use electric chainsaws. Go buy electric ones in the areas that you're allowed to use a chainsaw because of your CO2 emissions. It's just, oh my God. Then they said there's a little thing that helps them. I can't remember what it was. Can somebody remind me? The chainsaw that were gasoline powered. The chainsaws that were gasoline powered. There's like a way to like try to stop the gas from escaping, and like fumes and that kind of a concern. Like I guess when they started it, the gas could splash or something weird like that, and they weren't allowed to use them because it was something like it would make the emissions worse. And it's like, what do you think is worse, gasoline powered chainsaws or the emissions from the fire? Stop the fire and you stop the majority of the CO2 emissions. Oh my god. Anyway, hey sister. Yeah, I'm serious, sister. Okay, going back up. Was there a controversy or something? But you're right, Rob. I mean, there's just some stupidity that just needs to be cut down. But when we study these, we learn. So let's go back to learning about the biscuit fire, because this information will help us get a handle on how bad can the flat fire potentially get. Right now, I've got a terribly bad feeling about it. We are not yet in, the high wind, extreme heat of summer stuff, but we will be. That will come around. What if lightning strikes and stuff, help enlarge this fire? Right now, it's looking quite bad. There's just not too much to get hopeful about in this area. I mean, there's not that many communities, but there's plenty to lose. This biscuit fire was so bad, a lot of the forest has been trying to regenerate since 2002. Well, that's out the window. Got to start over. I don't know how long it's going to take to get a healthy forest back, but this repeat of fires just endlessly, we may have a kind of a desertified wasteland and a really screwed up environment for some pretty endangered species. I think Pacific fisher territory might be a factor here. I don't know if they're a little bit south in the Redwood area, but this is terrible for water quality fish. This is where a lot of the salmon go to spawn. They have very little economic opportunities here for the locals, and usually the environment is what draws everybody. The Rogue River tours, they've just had 3 years of like COVID shutdowns and bad years of tourism. Now that they're about to maybe recover a little bit, there's a lot of businesses that just might fold with this closure. There's no water, there's no rafting, there's no hiking. Can't drive into the area, can't ride, can't do anything. These communities are going to be slammed even if they don't burn. So this is a grave one. This one might burn for weeks or months if we don't get rain. And it has the potential to be gigantic. It's in nightmarish terrain, and the moment we get these high winds, okay, that's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is we get some rainstorm like next week, and the rain just puts this out or puts most of it out, and then they pounce on it, and they're allowed to, and they to get a handle of it. But guess what? I don't think there's any rain in the forecast. So let's go back to reading about the biscuit fire. The fire season 2002 is an especially active one that started early with major fires in Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and pulling the resources from the Pacific Northwest to the other states. Hang on a second. I've got something to Google. Was 2002 an El Nino year? Yes, it was. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. What does El Nino do to the Pacific Northwest? Hotter and drier than usual. What does El Nino do to California and the Southwest? Generally wetter and cooler than normal. The opposite of the La Nina in general. Now, disclaimer, La Ninas and El Ninos can be a bit of a wild card. It's not set in stone what exactly they're going to do, but that's their general effect. So whenever I hear about Oregon having terrible, terrible fires, I check to see if that was an El Nino year, like this year. Bing, bing, bing. Yes, it was. So if I were to update this wiki, as anybody can, I would point out that it was an El Nino year. Is it even mentioned? It is not mentioned, so I think it should be. When the weather people say, oh, we're get ready for a La Nina or an El Nino, we need to pay attention and kind of understand that we need to do extra prep. So history repeats itself. Sister Golden Hair says my electric chainsaw lasted an entire month. Yeah. And that's the thing. You don't want a wildfire coming, and you don't want to tell the firefighters you have to use an electric chainsaw. You don't want that fire coming, and then they go, oh, time to change the batteries. Oh, I don't have any batteries. Time to just wait a couple hours while it charges. Ugh. There should be a total exemption. I don't understand the craziness. Rob Langsdorff says, yes, several years ago I was hiking the Pacific Crest Trail in the Glacier Peak Wilderness. Sounds beautiful. A huge tree had fallen across the trail. Yeah. Dustin M says, high winds with the high here index in the mountains here in Plumas. Be careful, Tahoe. Yeah. Well, the only thing good about Plumas County right now is there's not enough brush growth, is there? What's the brush growth like, Dustin M? I mean, the Dixie fire laid waste to all the seeds, and I saw nothing growing. It was like a wasteland. You know, me, Sister Golden Hair, John Stoker, C-Pro, we were all there. Remember, Sister, how it was? The ground had no plants. Not even next to the creeks. Everything by Greenville, we just looked out the car window, and there was nothing. So, okay. Let's read about the Biscuit Fire. Between July 12th and July 15th, a series of lightning storms occurred in California and Oregon. And by the way, that's a yearly event. July and August are the lightning storm months of California and Oregon. They typically roll up all the way to Canada. If they still have any juice in them, they'll hit Washington, usually eastern Washington, and roll up the Okanagan towards Canada. That's just a seasonal thing. It's not a climate change thing. So every year, CAL FIRE and everybody gets ready for the lightning storm season. And the big challenge with California and especially is get all these hundreds of small lightning strike fires out before Santa Ana wind season begins in October. The worst fire season of California is winter. As the hot, dry desert winds from October to January will occasionally roar out of the desert, roar down the 75 plus miles an hour down the mountains like a roller coaster, bake out the landscape and tear down power lines and stuff. So we had the mass fatality event, the Bear Fire, I think that was in 2020, I want to say, that took out Brush and Berry Creek and killed a dozen people. That was one of those lightning strike fires up by Bucks Lake that they had almost gotten a handle on. They had a high percentage of containment, 75% or something. That made a whole bunch of people ready to not evacuate. And then the fire jumped that night, and while people were sleeping, the fire swept over those towns and jumped the entire Lake Orville and jumped over to Orville. That was a screaming nightmare. But that was a year that they had a whole lot of lightning strike fires, and it's whack-a-mole. So the goal is get those things out before the crazy winds of the autumn and or any kind of wind event happens, but especially the Diablos and the seasonal Santa Anas. So looking back up here, Sister Golden Hair says, was hopeful for Phillipsville, amazing wildfires growing in the burned areas. Oh yeah, you went on a cool road trip recently. I would love to hear about that. But Dustin M, what is the status of the brush in Plumas County? our bush is starting to grow back. I would be very curious about that. Looking back at the Biscuit Fire here. So they said July 12th and 15th, the lightning strike season. A series of lightning storms occurred in California and Oregon, started hundreds of small wildfires. During that period, 5 such fires were started within a 20-mile radius of each other, near the state's border. Due to the fires already burning in other areas, insufficient numbers of fire crews and smoke jumpers were available to combat these fires. So they began to burn out of control. Okay. My interpretation of that, what that means, literally, is some fires are unattended. Now, everybody wants to go blame climate change or something, but climate change is not something that's relevant here. If a fire is left unattended because you don't have enough people to fight it, of course it's going to be big. It has a great potential to be big. So the point is this: yes, we have climate change, and therefore we need a lot more firefighters. We cannot afford to have any fires unattended. But the last several years, that's what has happened, especially in 2020 and again in 2021. And like I said, it's whack-a-mole. These lightning strikes, they start thousands of fires, and a lot of them just burn small. They'll go for a week, and boom, winds hit. They're big, and they merge together. So it's not is it climate change or is it lack of fire crews? It's, okay, both. Climate change, the seasonal stuff that happens normally, which is the ignition source. Climate change makes things drier, along with other factors like mismanagement and yet more flammable landscape due to things like invasive weeds. But of course, it doesn't take climate change. Even if climate change were not happening, if we don't have enough fire crews to attend to fires, we're going to get the same result. So I just want to correct the narrative. It's not there's no competition here. Let's just recognize the common sense. Yeah, climate change might make stuff a lot more flammable and a lot more serious. Therefore, we need more fire crews. So this is just a repeating thing. This is back in 2002, we could have learned this lesson. This Biscuit Fire should have told us we need to nationalize firefighting in the West so that there isn't any different competition for different counties. What I can tell you is year after year, these places of low inhabitation, low population counties, they always get screwed. The counties that have a lot of population and cities at stake, whenever there's a lack of crews, the crews get funneled off the low population county and they go and save the big ones. They will go save Shasta. They will not save Curry County. They will go save, Sacramento. They'll go save the Bay Area. They will go save Tahoe. But they will pull all the crews off of Northwest California, where there's very few people that live there, Southwest Oregon, where there's very, very, very few people that live there. Just because of the priority, life and property. So some of these pristine wildernesses, even though the environment is very important, the fish and the endangered species and Indian tribes and such that live out here, they're important, but they're going to get screwed every single time. So I wish we had learned these lessons back in 2002, but just got to keep talking about them until and demand some action. The public has to understand why this disaster happens, so we can just demand action and change it. I can tell you right now, if they had had enough crews, I don't think this would have happened. I really don't think this would have happened. Same thing with what happened with the Caldor. If they didn't have 35% of the nation's firefighters on the Dixie, the Caldor had almost no staff. The Caldor could have been extinguished really quickly. When the lightning hit the K&P and Sequoia National Forest, they put a retardant rope around it with aircraft on the top of those mountains. It was a very polite burning fire for more than a week until the winds picked up. They had 17 firefighters in Sequoia National Park. 17. They respond to it. and that's why the sequoias burn. Just not enough resources. Another way we can improve is not allow the power companies to start crazy fires, and then we don't have to have so many resources. So, blah, blah, blah. Due to the fires already burning in other areas, insufficient number of fire crews and smoke jumpers were available to combat these fires, and so they began to burn out of control. The largest Florence fire, which had started approximately 30 miles north of the border of California, eventually joined what was known as the Sour Biscuit Fire, which was also burning very close to the border. Once the massive Biscuit Fire was created by those merging, it ended up burning a total of 500,000 acres, or 2,000 square kilometers. Now, how large is the state of Rhode Island? How large? I can't spell. 1,545 square miles. What is it in acres? In acres. Rhode Island is about 1 million acres. It's like burning half of the state of Rhode Island. Just nuts. Now, the Dixie fire was about this acreage, so we really need to learn our lesson. That was just a couple years ago. Now, going back to the Biscuit fire. So it ended up burning a total of 500,000 acres, and the fire was unable to be fully controlled until December 31st of 2002. Holy crap. It began in July 12th-ish. Did not end until December 31st, till after Christmas. So what that tells me is they had no control. The rains of November or December, in this case, put it out. Same thing that happened with the Tillamook burn in 1933. Nothing stopped that thing except the ocean and the rains of November. But it looks like the rains of November didn't come. Not enough. Looks like basically they came almost at January, and that is what I am scared about. That's an El Nino year. We're in an El Nino year. What if the rains of November don't come around in November? This has the potential to burn in a gigantic way for months, maybe until the end of the year. So pray for rain. Damages. The fire destroyed, the Biscuit Fire 2002, destroyed 4 primary residences, 10 other structures, put 15,000 residents on evacuation notice, and burned most of the Kalmiopsis wilderness. I have no idea how to say that. Sounds like an Indian name, but it's in the Klamath Mountains from southwestern Oregon. So it just obliterated that wilderness area. Like I said, guys, roadless wilderness equals you lose the environment. What is the point of saving the environment from road building if you're going to lose the entire thing to fire? There's also a lot of evidence that roads help animals travel without using as many calories. So they're not all bad. They really aren't. Instead of blaming environmental groups who keep pushing for this kind of stuff, I think that what we need to do is pressure them, if you're a member of things like Sierra Club and whatever, write them letters and say, look, just change your policy on that. We're losing too much to fire. Aftermath of the Biscuit Fire. Since the fire, the United States Forest Service has been trying to log most of the severely burnt area, despite ecologists' concerns about the Port Orford cedar, which is threatened from a root-attacking fungal-like organism that is most commonly spread on car tires and shoes. That's not how fungus spreads, but okay. Citation needed, like in a serious way. I'm sure that is their complaint, but does that make a bit of sense? Not really. Fungal, what is a fungal-like organism anyway? It says Phytophthora lateralis, whatever this is a soil-borne plant pathogen that causes cedar root disease. In Lawson cypresses in the northern USA, this pathogen was first noted to cause disease around 1920 in nursery stock near Seattle. The Pacific yew tree is also vulnerable. Okay, let's look at it. The Pacific yew tree is also vulnerable, but less susceptible than Lawson cypress trees. And tree mortality has only been observed in areas where blah 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 were also infected. Aha. So tree mortality has only been observed in areas where these cypress trees were affected. If I'm reading that right. Asiatic species of, however you say this, cypress are generally described as resistant to it, although the pathogen is occasionally isolated from Enoki cypress in nurseries. So, mode of infection. The most frequent symptom of the disease caused by it are root and collar lesions. Trees become infected by their roots coming into contact with the zoospores in the soil or the water. Hyphae then develop in larger roots and into their root collar where they kill the inner bark. Infrequent foliar infections result in branch lesions. It's also been reported. So, wow, I think I know a tree who's dying because of this in my neighborhood, because it's a cypress too. Now, the foliage of the infected trees initially appears slightly lighter in color than that of the healthy trees. Then the whole canopy turns pale green, yellow, and then light brown when the tree is dying. I watched that over 2 years with this particular tree. As the pathogen extends from the roots and climbs the collar up the trunks, a sharp margin is visible between blah 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 blah, discolored to a cinnamon brown, blah blah blah. So, distribution of this pathogen. Until recently, it was limited to Washington, Oregon, and California, where it mostly occurs. But in 2009, it was detected in the soil in Taiwan, in agreement with the possible Asiatic origin for this species. So it's an invasive pathogen. Recent outbreaks have been recorded in France, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and the Netherlands. Notice that this article does not mention a dang thing about tires spreading this stupid disease. I don't buy that at all. When I was talking yesterday about burning the slash is branches and stuff that falls off of trees. Like during logging, of course, they're felling trees and there's tons of branches that just stay on the ground. And there's also just branches that fall off of trees, right? So the reason why slash piles are made, the loggers will, to protect the forest and protect its health, they will rake it all together in a giant pile. And then they burn that on a day when it's usually kind of damp. And that's why you see the hills having smoke trails and stuff. Like if you live by Portland, you look over to the west and you see, if you're driving anywhere towards Forest Grove or something, you'll see on rainier days some white smoke coming from the hills. If you live near any mountains, they're burning the slash. And that is because these fungal pathogens are attacking trees on their branches usually. The tree tries to defend itself like a crab. A crab, if a dolphin grabs a crab's arm, the crab will just tighten up its muscles and sever its own arm. The dolphin gets a crab arm to eat and the crab runs away in the meantime. A tree will do the same thing. It detects a pathogen on its limb and it says, okay, it's like frostbite. Cut off the gangrene, to save the tree, right? Cut off the finger to save the arm. So it'll cut off its nutrients at the branch. So the branch begins to die and the fungus goes, yippee-ki-yay, I get a branch to eat, right? So the fungus goes wild on it because once the tree cuts off the nutrients on the branch, the tree's immune system is dead on the branch too. So the fungus goes wild. The tree sheds the branch because the branch will now become brittle and dead. And after a time, it'll snap off, eventually in the wind, or a bird will land on it or something. So all along the forest floor, part of the reason that the Indians would light controlled burns to maintain the health of the forest are all these dead branches and sickly, little saplings and stuff being attacked by the fungus. And you don't want it to get to the roots of the healthy trees. So that's why the loggers carefully scrape this all together, put the dead limbs and the dead branches and everything else that they could find that looks really dead. They assume that it's contaminated with the pathogens, and there's other tree diseases that I'm unaware of, but loggers just generally explain this. And they burn it to protect the forest. So this is what happens during salvage logging too. So I do not buy the whole story that this pathogen is being spread by logging trucks and shoes and stuff, whatever. It's going to be all over the ground. And if loggers are gathering at least some of it up and burning it, then they're helping. So this is one of those things where I don't think the anti-salvage logging scenario even makes any sense. This is an invasive pathogen. It's not the logger's fault. Being transmitted by shoes, whatever. I mean, that's the wind will do it. If it makes those zoospores or whatever they were just talking about, the wind will transmit it. So anyway, I'm going to go back to the chat, and we need to learn a little bit more about the full extent of the biscuit fire. How much were they able to log? We might look at some satellite imagery, but I think that this is the fire that freaks me out the most right now. We're going to look at the upcoming weather and look at their response and see if we've got a way to predict the way that this might go, at least for the next week. Okay, so looking back at the chat, sorry, it took me a while to come back here. The Lights Creek is bare. Dustin M says, of vegetation. There fell a bunch in Greenville, finally. I'm not sure what that means. The Moonlight Fire burned and is growing back as a rabbit brush. It's doomed to burn hard again. More jackpot fuel. Part of why the Dixie fire got so bad, especially north of Greenville, was the 2006 Moonlight Fire that burned up some of the pristine wilderness and old growth trees up there, and they didn't salvage log enough. I was there a year later and surveying the ghost towns and the mining towns. The firefighters heroically saved a couple up there, and they saved, I think, the Lucky S. Do you know the status of the Lucky S, Dustin? I think they saved the Lucky S mine town. Again, mostly from the Dixie fire. I never got a clear answer. I tried to drive up there, and I couldn't. I found the roads impassable. They didn't maintain the roads, so I'm sure firefighters had a hard time getting up there too during the Dixie fire. But yeah, the Moonlight Fire of 2006, all those giant old growth trees were still dead on the landscape, and the Dixie fire hit them, and boom. That's why we had the fire threatening Susanville. It was almost 50 miles away from its point of origin. It just found the burn scar of the old trees that weren't logged. So Rob Langsdorff says, note the chainsaw ban requires that all trail maintenance in a national forest wilderness be done with hand tools. Therefore, many trails get abandoned. This is retarded. Oh. Now, I want to define retarded here. I'm not saying mentally retarded. That's not something I would use. Calling a person retarded is a bad thing to say. The word retarded, like retardant, is stunted growth, like stunted potential, in a really disappointed way. Like saying this idea is retarded means really this is unnecessary and you're limiting your success. Like you're setting yourself up for failure. That is what I'm using the word right. So Dustin M says they stack log decks and brush piles under overstory like it was meant to be. I'm not sure what that means. Dustin M says the sheep fire is rabbit brush. That's a different area, Plumas County. We're talking about the Dixie fire. Sheep fire is rabbit brush, and the Wildfire burn scar is bear. Indian Creek corridor on Interstate 89 is replanted with brush and will burn again. Dustin M says, I drive those roads often. Feels like it was cleared so nobody could flee into the woods. Right, looking back at the chat more. Cheryl says, info for burn date. Yeah, thank you, Cheryl, for getting those resources for us. Anybody in chat, please let me know details of the fires. We're spending a long time on the flat fire here, but if you've come in here wanting to look at others or the rabbit fire, we'll pause, give you the info you need. Dustin M says, Fella Bunch machines are the ones that are track vehicles that cut trees. Oh, okay. So are those the let's just Google it. Fella, is that like a tree? Is that the tree eater? Is that a like a trademarked? Is it Feller Buncher like this? Because these could be amazing. These pick up a tree in their little claw hand, and then it has, God, what is that thing called that will strip the limbs off real quick? And then the chainsaw portion comes out and chops the log like it's cutting up as effortlessly as it's cutting up a wiener, for a little smoky or something for the campground. Smoking over the campfire. Excuse me. If you haven't seen these things in action, yeah, they can have different style heads. It's basically just a tractor, but what is that word I'm thinking about? The disc saw can provide high-speed cutting when the head is pushed against the tree. It's like a masticator head. That's what it is? Okay, and I'm so glad to hear the Lucky S is still alive. Do you know which buildings they lost? Because there were 2 areas. Yeah, every time we see masticator, we drink. It's the drinking game, milk. Dustin says all the wood that burned around Greenville is going to the chipping mills. That's sad. So none of it's salvageable for lumber. That's what's ridiculous. With all the dead standing trees and all the homeless people from Paradise, Grizzly Flats, Greenville, Indian Falls, all the people who lost their homes, they could have just set up mobile mills and made everybody log cabins on the spot and got everybody back into housing before this wood turns into dust and rots away. So it isn't a masticator though, it's a tree feller. Okay, maybe we can get some examples. The videos are worth 1,000 words. The tree felling machines, the feller buncher. Let's just see. I may get a copyright warning or something. Yeah, how a feller buncher works. Maybe this will help us.
This is a feller buncher, a machine that revolutionized the lumber industry. And chances are, it cut down the wood that built your house and made your morning paper. It does the work of dozens of men, cutting up to 4,000 trees in a single day. One of these machines can clear about 100 football fields worth of trees in a week.
Now, we absolutely need that kind of speed to get the millions of dead trees off the landscape. Otherwise, we're going to have a Dixie fire number 2, a Caldor fire number 2, and they're going to be way worse than the first ones. Since we don't have that many loggers, and Canada now needs all the salvage logging they can do for their own country, we can either import, 10,000 loggers from other nations like Finland or whatever we can get our hands on, or we can use technology and make this go really quickly. Now, the faster we can salvage log the dead trees off the landscape, we can use the lumber and sell some of it to recoup some of the money so that we can replant the environment. And B, the lumber won't go to waste. And we can prevent the new coming disaster and make it less bad. So going back to Good Vibes Tribe says, what do you know about the rabbit fire? I'm from that area. Oh, no worries. No worries. We went over that, so I'm going to go back to it. But this is not the demo that I was hoping for, because you could see on this machine that they actually pull the limbs off and they stack logs without limbs. So this is not really a good demo video. We'll get right back to the rabbit fire in a second. Maybe this one.
Heavy machinery cutting down trees in a forest with feller buncher. There is a lot of labor involved when it comes to trees.
There is a lot of labor involved when it comes to trees.
Forestry is an impressive industry with some amazing machinery, whether we're growing them for timber or...
Anyway, I want to show... Oh yeah, there's that big old blade on the end of it. So the claw grabs the trunk. The blade cuts it off at the base. And then, usually there's a second part that'll go and strip the limbs off, and then a ready-to-go log can either be stacked ready for the trucks to take it out, or what I would think would be amazing is if it could just be mounted on the front of a logging truck and then put it behind itself onto its back, sort of thing, like an elephant logs, you know. I don't know if that's very feasible. The tracked vehicles can go where roads are not. Now, tracked vehicles are going to crush the forest floor wherever they go. However, there are now spider walking, crab walking alternatives to a tracked vehicle, which will gently step over sensitive plants and, you know, in a sensitive area to help preserve the environment. So, like the spider walking tractor in the forest, you know. Yeah, they're kind of like this. So this is going to help. This technology will help waylay the concerns. Oh man, that is agile. That environmentalists have, which are valid concerns of, you know, if say you have some bushes that are rare, that you don't want to crush them, right? Well, no road necessary. Dang, this thing can walk up a sheer cliff. You know, so they can go where it's a rocky, follow the stream beds, whatever. And it can step over, say, a sensitive, you know, group of plants you don't want to crush. So there's all kinds of new technology that will help us not screw up the environment even worse than it is as we try to save it. Okay, so let's go back to the rabbit fire. Now, if you follow the link in the description, there's 564 Fire has these amazing videos. Whoops, which I already changed. 564 Fire. He covered the rabbit fire in a series of live videos. He hasn't been live in the last 2 days. I hope he does go live again. But if you go here, I'm going to put this in the chat just so that people don't have to find the description. You grew up in Calamasa. Hope I'm saying that right. Redlands, Beaumont. I worry that Gilman or the rabbit fire is headed towards a landfill. Where specifically, Good Vibes, are you concerned about that? We should look at the wind direction and such. But these are pretty amazing videos where they show that they were trying to save structures over by the lake, Moon something lake. What was that called again? Let's go back to Caltopo. Sanity. Had no idea the Biscuit Fire was quite that large. That's insane. Now, I remember on the 4th of July I did a stream. Were you here with us? There was a fire by Beaumont, and I captured the image, the screenshotted image, of fireworks starting a fire by Beaumont on the 4th of July. But it went over by Banning. Oops, where the heck am I? Turn off level imagery. Alright, there we go. The Riverside County, Banning, this lake, Mystic Lake, excuse me. I thought it was Moon something. Mystic Lake. We turn on our... Why are the satellites not functional? I think every once in a while there's like a reset that CalTopo does with satellite data. That was what puzzled me earlier, is I don't see the current fire activity satellite layer on CalTopo. So it's burning in the 2020 Sanderson and whatever Gilman fires scar area. But where is this dump? The west side is 79, southward 79. Okay. Sorry, I've never really been to this region. Where's 79? It might be easier to find on Google Maps. So we were looking at the terrain in Google Maps. You can see the hilly nature of this area. So 70 there. Okay. Fire Photo Girl is really good also. Yeah, she is. I'm following her on Twitter. So Dustin M says the problem now is monoculture trees. Exactly. The fire-resistant trees, the oaks, the cedars, some of the spruces and such, used to be scattered throughout the landscape, and so we had a mix of the fire promoters, which is the needle droppers, the firs and the pines. And they drop the sap that's super flammable. They promote fire. They're like suicidal trees. I don't know what their problem is. But the ones that resist it used to be interspersed next to the ones that promote it. And then when they did clear cutting and after fires ran around, they just pretty much replanted Douglas fir trees and pine trees because they make the most lumber. And monoculture is part of why these diseases are attacking and just obliterating our forests. They have the same genetic lineage because the seeds are grown up from the same nurseries. And so if you just replant trees from the same nurseries that are brothers, cousins, and sisters of each other, it's going to take a long time for random genetic mutation to introduce diversity again. We're learning lessons. But like with the bark beetles, if the bark beetles find a certain type of tree to their liking, and they're all growing right next to each other, it just spreads. So you're right, monoculture is another one of the problems on our list. The only thing good about these fires that are kind of obliteratory is that we get a blank slate. We get tabula rasa, a blank slate. We can replant using our brains with a nice mixture and hopefully stamp out the invasive weeds that promote fire. So, okay, if you follow Gilman south, it hits 79. Gilman Road south of Beaumont, it hits 79. Okay, and there is a dump. Landfills on the southbound side west of the highway, over by Relay Drive or Jack and Box or something. Let's look at the light. Where is this dump? Landfill, dump, recycling center, whatever they're using. Hang on, friends. I'm going to open a window here. Okay, let me get some airflow. Man, we've had some hot days. Ugh, this coffee has woken me up a bit. You guys ever feel like your body aches and stuff go away a little bit if you have coffee? It just might all be in my head. But boy, I woke up stiff and sore, and after coffee, I just feel better. Alright, Dustin M says, for serious time, have to leave to work hard tomorrow. Amazing content. Thank you so much for what you report. Thank you for being here, and thank you for, being here, Nunya. Let me write that down, that you are... What was your name originally, Dustin? Okay, so it was... someone became... trying to keep track of people. Dustin M. And weren't you a mod at one point? Nope, Nunya. That was it. Nope. Nunya. There's no way I could just memorize people off the top of my head. So, Greenville resident. Okay. I'll let you know. If you give me an email, I'll let you know when I make plans to go to Greenville because I will return. Nope, Nunya, right? Gotcha. Matt D says I have narcolepsy and I feel like coffee revives me. Oh, caffeine helps. Hey, Debash Mode, how are you? How you doing? So Good Vibe says you can view the landfill about 2 miles north of Gilman. Is Gilman a town or a road? Like Gilman Hot Springs? 2 miles. 2 miles north. Let's just. What's it called? Gilman landfill? Landfill near. Okay. Landfill near Mont, California. Ah, there we go. Power of Google. That thing. I thought that was an open pit mine. So it's a landfill. Okay. Now let's look at its current footprint. I think we already looked at the evacuation map. If you want to see it, we'll click it again. So we have a 45% containment, which is just wonderful. That was 7 hours ago, around 7 p.m. So I don't know if there's an InstaWeb, but we were looking. Where was my own? Let me look at my own. My own channel and my own description should have the link for the Rabbit Fire. Yeah, Cal Fire Twitter thing. Here we go. For Riverside County. Let's look at the Twitter. Oh heck, let me sign in off screen. 1 sec. If we've got any updates. Log in. Okay, Riverside County Fire Department Twitter. Stop. Okay, 5 hours ago, around 8 p.m., they had an update that the fire was over 8,000 acres, 45% containment. Our map is updated with the areas that are under evacuation orders and warnings. Important note, Highway 79 will be reopened on 4 a.m. today, 2 hours from now, 2.5 hours from now. Road closures will remain in place on Jackrabbit Trail, Bridge Street, California Avenue, and the County Landfill Road. The Gavilan fire remains at 338 acres and is 50% contained. And as of 8 p.m. of yesterday, all the evacuation warnings were lifted. Roadways are open. The Wretch fire is 90% contained at 437 acres. Highland Fire is 105 acres, 98% contained. Yep, I retweet that. So let's look at latest Rabbit Fire stuff. Whoa. SoCal Air Operations. Look at this cool video of nighttime drops. Nighttime drops with the Chinook. Okay, let's look, friends. Let's go see if that's going on right now. I forgot to do that. We're logged into Flight Radar 24 though. Whoops, that's Mexico. Let's go look. Let's go look. What is the forecast down there by the Rabbit Fire? If you have looked at it already, where's it? San Bernardino. Where's the Riverside? There we go. Beaumont. All right. Okay, I don't see any activity, so maybe it was just after dusk. I don't see any nighttime drops, but that's incredible. Let's look at this. I hope this doesn't blast us out. Full screen it up. Hang on a sec. Transform fit to the screen. Okay, we definitely can't play the music. Somebody put Credence. I love the musical choice, but I don't want to get advertisements on my videos because they claim the copyright. Check out this beautiful image, nighttime infrared. And one of the Vertals or Chinooks, same difference, doing nighttime dropping on the fire. Don't know if that's retardant or water. But you can see how this tree stumps and some bushes are smoldering in the distance, and the dark black is the burned up grass areas. The dark black is the coolest areas, so it either has moisture retardant on it, or it burned up so completely with nothing residual, like no tree stumps or fences or anything, that the ground already cooled. I mean, it's really hard to tell, but the blackest is the coolest stuff. And I just love that part right here. Just watching the center of the screen next to the road where they drop it, you can see some flames behind the drop of the liquid here. Watch the flames just sputter and struggle right there. Boom. No, I'm melting. No. So they got a big hot spot in this bowl section. Sometimes I'm able to take a road and line up. You know, we can find out exactly where this is. Sometimes words can show latitude and longitude, but this is so hard to read. I don't think we're going to get anything out of that. That's pretty dang sweet. All right, let me resize the window if it's screen. Okay, looking back at chat. Good Vibe says a low of 75, high of 102. Easterly as a whole, burning north at night, 5 to 7 miles an hour, early 10 to 15. You're on it, man. Yeah, that is sick. That is sick. And Good Vibes Tribe says there was a bunch of law enforcement at the Rethinking fire. N6GML says, good morning, glad to see you on Firewatch. Morning. Yeah, yesterday I was pretty burned out. I was pretty messed up. But that's because I had such a big day before. But we did have a lot cooler day up here in Oregon, and it's a nice 61 degrees coming into the window now, so I'm recharging. I wish I could be on all day, but I just turn into a slug when it is so hot. Whoa, look at that time lapse. That's right. We should see if there's any cameras on it currently. Whoa, a burnover? A camera burnover. Whoa, this was posted 4 hours ago by Weather Nation. Now this is not copyrighted because these are those alert cams. So let me show you guys this. Holy mackerel! Fit to the screen. So a camera burnover. This camera survives because it's up so high on a tower. But we've watched cameras not survive, like in 2020, a couple in 2021 bit to death. So this is a time lapse of the Mount David 2. Whoa. I wish this was a bit slower. See how I'm talking about the bushes and stuff? It goes real fast, and then you get scorched earth in some spots, but where there's significant brush and where there's tree stumps and stuff, that's where it's going to be kind of smoldering in those spots. So this stuff moves fast, burns fast, but there's usually nothing behind it. There's really nothing of concern behind it. Man, this is so sad. Can I slow this down? We can, yeah. Okay, this is so chaotic. There's a lot of roads, at least around this tower. And it's so different than a forest fire. This is where the guys are casually standing on a landscape, and as long as they're a bit further away from it on a road, they've got nothing to fear. Occasionally the tumbling tumbleweed will get on fire and wind will push it across a road towards somebody's vehicle or somebody. But this is what firefighters do. Just right back here. This little spot right here in the tower is safe. There's bare earth here, there's bare road, there's nothing to burn. So they don't drive through flames and erratically flee with their lives. They look at the landscape and they find safe spots. And if the fire's coming towards them, they'll retreat to the safe spot, wet down the vegetation in their own truck, and just calmly sit there and wait for the fire to pass by, and then they're fine. So this is the safety message I tell people about too, is you can think like they do, A, try not to enter an area where there's no escape route, and B, if your escape route can be cut off, then just look for little shelter-in-place options, like these little sections. Now, if you were waiting for a fire to go past you, you'd have to get out of your vehicle and punt away from you, kick away from you, any flaming debris that would roll up against your vehicle. That's why I always advise people to carry a wool blanket in the car. Just wrap that around your leg, kick it to the curb, right? Or you can take the wool blanket and smother if you have to. Wool doesn't really burn, so you can just throw the blanket and smother a tree branch or a tumbleweed on fire or something like that. And then get back in your car and wait. So this is incredible. Let's look at the cams and the wind directions. Oh, here's 564 Fire again. Everybody should subscribe. And it's a 5 hour ago thing. Oh, here's a press release. Incident update for the Rabbit Fire. That was 7 p.m. yesterday. I think I already read this. Yeah, 45% containment. There's been a civilian injury. I didn't know about that. But no firefighters injured. 152 structures are threatened. 0 destroyed so far. 0 structures damaged so far. The current situation, this was current, 7 p.m. The Rabbit Fire had minimal activity throughout the daytime. And with smoldering in the heavy fuels, fire crews built containment lines and patrolled for hot spots and will continue to do that throughout the night. Extreme heat and low humidity are forecasted in the next operational period. High temps, steep terrain, difficult access continue to hamper the fire suppression efforts. Hazards remain present for critical infrastructure. The radio repeater towers, natural gas, and petroleum pipelines. The what? The natural gas and petroleum pipelines? Oh. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, Good Vibes says we get low altitude topographical push here. Riverside County, usually wind driven. When we were looking on 4th of July at the Beaumont fire thing that was started by the fireworks, they really pounced on that, did a great job. I was looking over at Palm Springs, and just east of Beaumont there, the wind tunnel said that the wind tunnel situation, the wind going from through it from west to east towards Palm Springs, it said that the wind was 45 miles an hour when it was like 5 miles an hour just kind of by Beaumont. I thought that it was an error, but it was true. Wherever canyons narrow, when it's like sticking your finger in a hose, you get a tighter, narrower, and faster stream of water. Same thing with the wind. So Cheryl says they skipped right over the path where brush was planted. Good Vibes says Cabazon has crazy fires. Yes, it does. So the nice thing about this Rabbit Fire area is you got great potential use for aircraft. These hills have kind of a same elevation, so that when the aerial tankers go in between the mountains and the passes, that can be very, very dangerous flying. But if all the hills are about the peaks are about the same altitude, then they can just maintain safety by not going below that certain altitude. So I'm sure that will help greatly. But the whole natural gas and petroleum pipelines, oh my God. I'm really hoping that those are underground. So they're talking about roads that remain open and closures, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to retweet that. Probably should have tweeted that I was live, but I need somebody to do that for me. I need like a helper. Daniel Firecopter had this screenshot. Dang. But as far as this goes, this is supposed to happen. This is pretty natural. Like California's hilly landscapes like this do get turned into charcoal and then the stuff grows right back. The chaparral, the sage. This is normal. This is not like, oh, let's cry over the environment devastation. This is normal. It's just that you don't want people to get hurt, and you don't want it to be massive and huge where animals don't have the ability to get away. I mean, a lot of them can burrow and stuff, thank God. And you don't want to hit a natural gas pipeline. That would not be natural. But I'm just thinking that looking at this scenario, they could do a lot to save these little critical infrastructure things by creating rings, like road rings around these particular hills with the towers. And what that would do is they would allow firefighters to just periodically burn that stuff in between the rings. It's very easy to maintain control with that. But if you don't have rings around the hill, like a spiral road is a better way to put that, then you have no control. If you light fire at the bottom of the hill, races all the way to the top, just boom. I hope that makes sense. So Good Vibes. Oh, hey Katie, how are you? Good Vibes says next year the second will be bad after the rain, and that's what that happened. We had a lot of California had a lot of rain this spring. All that does is make the bushes grow up, and then the moment that you have 90-degree heat, they all die and dry up. So everybody was going, a wet spring was good for wildfire season, right? No. A wet summer is good for wildfire season. If we can get water, we can get rain with the lightning strikes. That's ideal. Not really a wet spring. You're okay? That's good. So let's look at Good Vibes Tribe says, I saw the fires near east of Jacinto. Is that how you say that? South side of Goronio is steep and rocky, a whitewater area. Wow. Katie Horton says the fire's staying at 31 acres. I got up at 6 p.m. Which one? I missed chat a little bit. So, yeah, we got a bunch of rain down here, yeah. So a lot of wet timber, first year underground stuff. Oh, that's right. We're going to check the cams. And we're going to check the weather forecast. Cal Fire, 7 hour ago update. So, okay, Twitter has given us all the information that Twitter can provide. So let's go to those cams, Alert California cams. That was the David. I want to see that camera burn over, like in a bit of a slower, high def kind of thing. Do you guys want to see the camera burn over? I do. Go back down here to, not the Salton Sea. My grandmother had awesome tales about the Salton Sea, where they went to the resorts down there and swam in it and stuff, and it was the bee's knees. Whew. My grandmother also never had to worry about PG&E started fires, because back in Grandma's day, the lines were new. It's an unheard of thing. Alright, I'm spacing out. Okay. Palm Desert banning, blah blah. Okay. So, where's the David? That's Lake Paris. David Hill South right there. Is it facing the wrong way right now? Okay. Oh, guys, I didn't redo the window. I'm sorry. Okay. Do let me know when the window's out of shape. This last 15 minutes. See fire crews and stuff coming and going theoretically, or is it facing the wrong way? Might be facing the wrong way. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. Oh, we missed it. Did we miss the camera burn over? Or is this the wrong one? Which one is it looking at? This is Mount David 2. I'm glad at least they put it on the Twitter. Is that clouds in the distance? 12-hour time lapse. Okay. David Hill 1. Let me go back to Twitter. the full screen real quick. Mount David 2. It was the Mount David 2. Huh. Darn. While I was sleeping. Yeah, this is Mount David 2. Right. Let's look at Mount David. Do a 12 hour for that one. Whoa, did you see that dust devil that looked like a mini tornado? Whoa. You see this? Whoa. Whoa. I can't go back to the very front. Let me just try to replay it. That is bad. You know, when you have high winds and they're full of heat, when heat needs to rise really fast, it twists. So the big warning to firefighters is really beware of your situation. If you ever see dust devils, that was a giant one, or any tiny fire twisters on the ground. That was a bug on the camera. That was cute. Fire trucks coming and going. That means unstable air and anything can happen. The likelihood of a fire tornado situation increases exponentially if you see miniature ones. Alright, so this is kind of looking the wrong direction. Now on the 4th of July we're looking at this one, and right over here, boom, there's fireworks, and then boom, a brush fire started. Right over here on my 4th of July broadcast. The Good Vibe says it's the Badlands old coral reef like from dinosaur times. Oh, that's cool. Do they find fossils out there? Katie Horton says no update on my end either. All I know is Oregon Department of Forestry is on a Type 3 incident. Yeah, so Katie, which fire were you worried about the most? Was that the flat one? Because I'm extremely concerned about it. We just went over a bunch of that, and I didn't realize the Biscuit fire was across state lines. It was 500,000 acres. It looks like the environmental groups may have stopped or delayed a lot of the salvage logging when it happened in 2002, which is part of the reason why we had this problem today. Salvage logging saves the environment. It salvages the situation, but these environmental groups, they don't get it. They do. They find old fossils. That's cool. Updraft or downdraft is normal to a thermodynamic situation. Okay. Do you see that? Boom. Just love that. Watch the dirt devil thing go by. Goes by real quick. 3, 2, 1. Look. Zoom. Amazing. Okay. CD Cat says fireworks is stupid and it hurts dogs. Yeah. Why we have 4th of July and celebrate that in July. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. I'm going to take a little bathroom break. Perhaps get a coffee type refill. I'm a little hyped up on caffeine, but maybe I should just get some ice water or something. I could brew some decaf. Maybe I need some decaf, but part of this is adrenaline. When I'm just not seeing good news with flat fire. This rabbit fire I feel a lot better at. Look at, you got a variety of roads. It's not mountainous, hilly. I mean, oil pipelines are concerning, but they've already got 45% containment. Weather is hot and dry, but not horrifically bad. Now, which direction was the fire pushing towards? Current wind. We put the wind thing on. Seems like it would push it uphill towards Beaumont, towards the northeast. Towards, what is this? I can't remember which road that is again. Towards Mount Davis and all that. I'm really disturbed that we don't have the satellites. Don't have the heat spot thing. Anomaly. We can go to, what was it? What's that page called? Something about Earth. Zoom Earth. See if we got any smoke or something. Got down to side. There's a time lapse we can do here. Sorry guys, my VPN is not either that or they don't have high definition in it. This is since 7 p.m. July 18th. Let's go back a day. It's July 17th. Generally southeast winds or south winds. It's a bit odd. Okay. Clouds. No clear smoke plume. Clouds forming. July 17th at 5 p.m. Okay, that's a lot less useful than I thought. It's wind. Wind and radar stuff. I hate using windy, but we might as well fire it up. Or do you guys prefer my radar or radar now? Sorry, let me get windy up off screen. Go down here. Put windy up. Go to the going to San Bernardino. Ring a ding ding. Beaumont. Okay. Mystic. Plant the flag. Let's look at our current situation. Highs of 96, say 104-ish. Then it might wind gust 25 mile an hour-ish. In the afternoon tomorrow, with almost a dead calm until like 4 in the afternoon. This gives them a great amount of time to work in the morning. Look at that, 1 mile an hour winds like a dead calm. I like it. And wind gusts that out of the west that might start pushing the fire east, but they are reopening 79. So I don't understand that. So Good Vibes says seasonal anxiety, and it's not particularly wind driven yet. It's climbing the hills and just spreading around in the bushes. It's more thermal, yeah. Katie Horton says I will check later today if things change. Talk to you later. He was worried about which fire again? Oh yeah, the 224. I was just about to cover that one. Whoops. If you're still with us, Katie, I may that's the one by Estacada. But if you gotta go to bed, that's fine. That's fine. So, Good Vibe says you were talking about Oregon and roads. That was cool. People forget access is key. Yeah, it is. And what's your Good Vibes? What is your background? You seem quite knowledgeable here. Fires burning north and to the east. Or is it just a hill climber? Got high tension power lines and rights of way. Lamb Canyon landfill. What I'm bothered by is we don't have a perimeter map. So let's do a general search. Is it on InstaWeb? I would think it would be. There should be InstaWeb for everything. I just don't understand why there isn't. Prescribed fire. Cal fire, I suppose. Cal fire. Rapid fire. DA.gov. This is why I have to do my stream. The information is scattered around the internet in random places. Some of it's on Twitter, some of it's on Facebook, some of it's on the county page, some of it's on Cal Fire's page, some of it's on InstaWeb, some of it is on Fire Mappers, some of it's here and there and there. God's sake, we need one website. Evacuations, that's it? and warnings remain in place. Current situation summary, evacuations and warnings remain in place. So wait. CalFire.gov is redirecting people to Twitter and Facebook. There's something so wrong with that. This is the page that needs to have the info. A lot of people do not want to do social media. I don't. And so you're forcing them to go to private, identity and privacy stealing type style websites. Behind a login to get their emergency fire disaster evacuation info. God. Sorry, there's something in my eye. Something's terribly wrong with this. There's the Twitter one. Let's look at the Facebook one. And it's a broken link. What? CalFire Riverside. CalFire.gov is a broken link to the fire info straight from their official site. Oh my god. Yeah, N6 GML says, I'll be in and out today. Much love and respect. Thanks for coming in. Oh god. Yeah, there just needs to be one app. Just one app, one-stop shopping for info. Cheryl says some people are moving to something else called Threads. What's Threads? A social media alternative. Wasn't there something called Mastodon or Mammoth or something that was supposed to be better than Twitter? Threads. I don't see anything other than a music thing. I don't know why the government doesn't have its own public information app. Like, you know how there's a bunch of public agencies that, so CalFire Riverside, if you really want to control information, like only have the official sources on there, then why not have your own stupid social media thing that people can download? Just like the Ad Council was started out as I think a World War I or World War II propaganda, like the good kind for posters, loose lip sync ships. And then it became stuff like, public safety messages. How do you think the public gets its information now? They were smart enough to do TV ads in the era of TV. Well, come on. All right. CalFire Riverside County Fire Department. Well, which one is it? Both? Sure. Okay, I'll follow it. Whatever. Hey, CalFire, your link is broken. So we had already read this. Nothing new here, but where is its perimeter map? Where is the perimeter of the fire? I was hoping aircraft would be over it tonight, giving us that map. So at this point, we're kind of deaf, dumb, and blind. Like, where exactly is the fire? Where's the map? Fire mappers? Do they have the data? Fire mappers 3.0? Right, whatever. Come on, VPN, you can do it. Come on, VPN, you can do it. Ad blocker. Oh, for low cars. I'm going to have to reset the VPN. Minute. Good vibes to shout out to my inland empire people, man. We don't need no government. EA says it's Facebook's Twitter clone. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks, guys. You guys keep me on the cutting edge, right? Silver Girl says that's typical government and is as stupid as you say. A government referring to a social media is beyond irrational, but it forces the use and openly defers the accuracy to social media. Ding, 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 ding. Yep, you're wise. You understand. Why is this not loading? Alright, I guess we'll go to Fire Mappers 2.0. Come on, for the love of cars. there's a different fire activity map here. All right. Phoenix. Now this one has got some heat signature. That's the one in Riverside, but not here. So where's the map of the fire mappers? Early notification map. All right. Trying my best. We're looking at the cameras. We're looking at CalTopo. What else do we do? National. What's this? Northwest Interagency Coordination Center. That'll give us fire outlook and maybe predictive services. You see how difficult this is just to find a map. Where is the perimeter of the fire? What does it burn? Okay. Silver Ghost says, Smitty, I don't know, just new here. I didn't know how much I could say directly. Oh, say whatever you want, except I should put the rules, and I'm too lazy and totally forgot. The general rules are like, don't DBBA, don't be a beep hole. I can quote Breaking Bad. DBBA, don't be a beep hole. We're a supportive community. It's full of traumatized and anxious people here. We're the facts-only resource on the fire. We don't get political or blame left versus right versus this versus that. We just sort of analyze all the weaknesses and make the suggestions, right? Then try to bring people together to solve our common problem. We don't need to convince people of our own point of view. We just have to convince people that we need to work together or we're lost. We have a lot to lose. The environment, our homes, billions of dollars, etc. And so we don't do things like political debates, global warming debates, except the only political stuff, like I hate Republicans, I hate Democrats. No, know that. We could do general identifications of problems and solutions, like what's the good stuff that Biden has done? What is the bad stuff that Biden has done? For example, giving PG&E $1 billion, that's bad. What was good? Like he said, please suppress all fires because it's too dry in California after the Tamarack disaster last year. Like that was good. So we just identify good and bad policies, but not like we're not into the business of political endorsement, really. I'm not really following that California politics. We just don't want to start endless arguments that don't have a good solution. So if we can say, hey, my opinion is this because we don't want to stress people out. So talking about space lasers and HARP and lizard and mole people, that would be a fun topic to discuss. And conspiracy theories on for myself on my variety channel, right, that I wanted to have. I don't really want to do fire. Why did we go to Tucson again? I don't really want to cover fires. I'd rather do something fun. I'm doing it because I don't see anybody else doing it. We keep it facts only. We try not to whip up a mob. If arson is suspected, we gotta be real careful with throwing out that A word, right? We want to be real careful with the rumor mill. Mostly just say the facts and what we know. But if something looks extremely suspicious, or like, say, the officials start saying, be on the lookout for arson, or if I get a really credible source telling me something in private, I'll say that. But like randomly saying, oh, I bet it's the homeless again. Let's not just create a hate environment or a thing where we just blame groups of people. I've seen that on other channels, and it's like this thing that you can leap to, but unless you've got proof, like really don't open your mouth about it, it's harder to undo anger. With facts, it's best to just not create it, right? We're all in a really anxious situation, and we'd like to be as reassuring but as real as possible. So go ahead and trash Newsom all you want, because he protects PG&E, and PG&E killed my friend and nearly killed my brother in Paradise. Trash him all you want. He takes their money, he protects them, and he blames CO2 instead of PG&E. And any other politician that takes their money, go ahead and trash them. However, it's not like, oh, he's a Democrat, so he's bad. You know what I'm saying? He's an individual who's bad. He's corrupt, in my book. My family has suffered greatly for his protection of PG&E and other individuals, but he's not alone in it. They put a lot of money in politicians' pockets. The reason I say go ahead and trash him and PG&E is they're the biggest problem of California right now as far as wildfires are concerned. I'd love to just avoid the topic, be completely politically neutral, but that is not possible. We have to change California's politics, get people who will hold PG&E accountable as the felon they are, and prevent them from starting wildfires that kill people in erased towns. We have to change leadership, although I'm not in the business of endorsing people. I'm not on top of it. I could just publicly educate people and spit the truth, which is nothing will change unless we demand that. So, talk about space lasers, HARP, and conspiracies or foreign governments or evil entities and shadow governments making these wildfires. This will only stress out the victims. I don't allow it. They're the ones who told me, don't talk about that, please. I don't want to hear it. I have enough to worry about. And I do find it distasteful if people stampede into my stream and try to convince me that it's space lasers and everybody look out, look at the sky and fear every airplane because the airplanes have lasers that are starting fires and they're trying to burn you out, they're trying to kill you. Oh hell, just shut up. Think about the people listening and what they're going through. If you just had one of the worst days of your life or you're worried about a fire burning your home or your loved one's place, you don't want to hear about how you're targeted by some BS theory without proof. So don't make people uncomfortable. That's just the general rules. Keep it supportive, informative. If you have anything to share, do please. Like if you have photographs to share, you can email me. If you just got, we are like crowd funded for information and as well as support. I don't have a day job, so I can do this 24 hours, especially in the summertime. And not only is it just donation supported, we are crowd sourced for info. So if you get on your phone any sort of evacuation info or new info, we try to get evacuation and life-saving information, boom, out to the public ASAP. We try to encourage people to evacuate and give them the best case, worst case, middle ground scenarios without directly telling people what to do. I could tell you what I would do in a situation, but telling people what to do usually backfires. And blows up in your face. Independent spirit people don't want to be told what to do. The people who want the information to make intelligent decisions for themselves will just provide the information. So the problem with social media is, my God, the crazy rumors that just get started instantly. And that starts the fear cycle. When people are angry and afraid, that's when adrenaline stuff is pumping, and that's when the brain shuts off. That's anger and fear is the enemy of intelligence, is one of my quotes I repeat at people. Good Vibes says, I plan on making people uncomfortable. That is the value of our freedom. I mean, in a cruel way, Good Vibes. I mean, don't be cruel. You know what I'm saying? I won't tolerate that. People come in the chat and say, I hope California burns. You're all a bunch of beepy liberal beeps, and oh, I hope you all die. And just, trolls come in and do this crap. We just get rid of these people. Or serves you right for building on animal habitat. Okay, yeah, we just get rid of these people. They're not being constructive. watching is a right and speaking is a privilege. Just be a good person, you know. Um, let's see. Go in. Silver Girl says, I'm in southwest corner of Washington, 4 streets from the ocean on a peninsula. Are you by Oysterville? I've been there. It's amazing. Let me see. Yeah, it's okay. That was an automatic censorship thing there. Oh, family friendliness. We had such a huge variety of listeners. We found out that the broadcast has been on. Let's put a more interesting thing on the screen. Let's look at the current situation. David South, and this will update every 30 seconds or something. Families are, say, in evacuation zones or just listening with the stream on all day. Because the moment that we get evacuation info, we give it out to the public way faster than the officials do. Because they start going door to door, but we're saying, okay, we just heard the radio, such and such neighborhood is evacuated. We're not listening to the radio right now because there's probably not much going on. Nighttime generally doesn't have much going on, and I haven't really found a channel to listen to. But that's the thing that our channel here does the best at, and that's we have evacuated many communities early, and seconds count. But I get a lot of emails that sometimes are just startling in how much we've helped, such as, I think my family would have died without you. That's what keeps me coming back and doing this, or how crappy I feel, or how much I want to have a life, you know. So, yeah, good vibes. And we do get a bit silly sometimes. We could joke. We don't have to be heart attack serious, or we're all going to go insane. But we need to be sensitive to and open to, so that everybody can say, hey, I don't like this. If I'm being boring or a bore or something like that, you know, just let me know. I have to talk. I have to speak constantly, or people tune out. They think the broadcast is over because most people are just listening. But we have had the age groups, everything from 3-year-olds to 103-year-olds. There was a 103-year-old lady that was listening and tuning in from Greenville or Chester. So we have to remember to keep it family friendly in general. I mean, we joke about the barrier and stuff. After midnight, it's all right to drop the occasional curse word or something. But a lot of scared people experiencing some of the worst days of their lives are listening. And it's horrifying to think about, but sometimes it's people in the last days of their lives listening if they're refusing to evacuate. This may be the case. Now, during the Zog fire, people were tuning in, for example, from the Shasta area. When I was covering the glass fire, and then all of a sudden people were dead up there by Shasta with the Zog fire. And I'll never know, you know, where people ended up dead. Did they ever tune in? It's really sobering. So just remember, you know, we're all going to die. We have no idea when. And everything you do it's a philosophical exercise. Try to wake up in the morning and think, if today was my last day on Earth, or if it was the last day on Earth for somebody I meet today, how would I like to have acted? How would I like to have conducted myself? How would I like to have impacted others? You know. So Silver Girl says, yeah, I'm across the land almost directly. That's really cool. I've been to Oysterville. I wanted to have a history channel where I go driving around to historical places and make little miniature documentaries and interview old timers and stuff. But here I am doing the fires because, well, like I said, my brother almost died. PG&E did kill some of my former neighbors. So Yeah, I mean, PG&E is the biggest threat to California, and really they have the potential to bankrupt the whole nation because federal taxes are bailing out their damage. PG&E is, with the Dixie fire, responsible for killing a lot of sequoias indirectly because too many firefighters were on the Dixie fire to respond to the sequoia fires in time. So they've destroyed more environmental habitat than pretty much anybody. Looking back here, but this is a good, especially after hours, especially when there's not, knock on wood, an active crisis. Talk about anything you want that's not going to cause a massive argument, you know? Introduce yourself. Do you like llamas? Do you like turtles? You know? How did you hear about the stream? What do you like? What do you don't like? What do you want me to talk about next? EA says I lurk whenever you go live. Thanks. Thank you. Lurkers, shout out to the lurkers. Hi there. It's informative whether or not there's a fire, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Good Vibe says it's Edison in SoCal. Yes, they started the Bobcat fire, didn't they? I want to know what started the Bobcat fire. I went viral in Southern California during the Bobcat. I was so worried for the historical observatory that James Dean and Skamania and, oh gosh, what was her name? Oh gosh, James Dean's love in Rebel Without a Cause. Oh, she died of drowning. James Dean, Skamania, Dennis Hopper, and her were at the Griffith Observatory, and the Bobcat fire almost burned it down. So when I was covering that, that's when Southern California people found me, and boy, it was a frightening situation. You never want to see that out your window. And Californians see this. This is the kind of anxiety that the people hanging out in are dealing with. Now, the cameras caught the start of the Bobcat fire. This was a 2020 fire when I first really started streaming after the Labor Day madness, Red Monday. We had good cameras. We watched the firefighters working. That observatory still has good, incredible nighttime color vision cameras. Amazing. But one of the Alert California cams pivoted over and saw the Bobcat fire start. And it was right next to SoCal Edison's equipment. So we were waiting years and years and years for them to finally get a stupid report to the public, finish their investigation. And I was very, very angry about their foot-dragging nature. When are we going to be able to say officially, because I have legal restraints on me here, I can't say, oh yeah, SoCal Edison started this fire until that's what the investigators conclude. But it was kind of obvious that it started right next to their equipment out of the blue. It was caught on camera. So either somebody started that fire right next to it, it wasn't lightning or anything, or their equipment started the fire. So the cause, as of November 8, 2020, was still under investigation, but it was thought to be the power line conductor torching overhead trees. SoCal Edison Power Company disclosed that power circuits had a momentary interruption minutes after the Bobcat fire was discovered by cameras positioned on a nearby mountain peak. Yeah. So, when was, is it still under investigation? Is it still under investigation? But how did you find us, Silver Girl? I'm glad you're here. So I hope that clears up questions, you know. Oh, and I allow prayer. Of course. We need all the divine intervention we can get. Pray to anybody you want and express that. The people who get offended by prayer, I just say, go shove it. why, that's your choice to be offended by prayers. They represent a basic human method of showing support for each other and goodwill. So the people who don't like it, well, whatever, just get over it. What I don't allow is people pushing religion or saying doomsday crap or blaming anybody or saying God hates you or something. That's not right. That is not right. But yeah, we could use all the divine intervention we can get. So the Bobcat fire got crazy, out of control. You'd still go back to my archives, 2020, and watch the daily, the nightly coverage I had of it. And we were watching the cams. Every 30 seconds they updated, and we just saw the fire climbing hills and climbing hills. It was a very good lesson in how to save a very vulnerable structure up on a hill, such as Griffith Observatory, which is Griffith Observatory. That one. Remember Rebel Without a Cause? Everybody should see that movie if you haven't. You're not cool unless you've seen the James Dean movies, guys. But also what bothered me about Griffith Observatory images is I watched on the cams, there were tons of dead trees all over the grounds. I hope this is new, where they've gotten rid of the dang dead trees, especially to the left over here. There's just dead trees everywhere. And day after day after day, I'm like, why haven't you cut those down yet? You want to save this observatory? You get serious. Have no vegetation around it and a couple of rings and a spiral at the top of the hill, because what does fire like to do? It likes to race to the top of the hill. It's ultra frustrating. But by the skin of their teeth, they saved it. We watched the fire climb this hill live on the cams and start burning stuff all the way around it, night after night after night, just about having heart attacks. This is one of the oldest observatories, and it's famous and marvelous place here. So, but back to what I was saying about the Bobcat fire, it was an amazing job that they did, where they herded the fire and they kept it down in the ravines and valleys, and they held it up at the higher roads. And so they would light backfires. The wind would be like a west wind and east wind, a west wind and east wind throughout the different types of the day. So they would light backfires in front of it and behind it, in front of it and behind it. And eventually they got control because it ran out of its own fuel. And they trapped it in a specific canyon, sat at the top of the canyon 360 around it, and just watched it burn itself out. Fire went left, fire went right, fire went left, fire went right. Burned everything. So it did do a lot of bad damage, though. Other places were hit really bad. The details of the Bobcat fire was it started September 6, 2020. Yeah, Labor Day. By December 18th, it was fully contained, but it had burned almost 116,000 acres in the San Gabriel Mountains in and around Angeles National Forest. One of the largest fires on record in LA County to date. Like I said, these power companies are rich and powerful. They are lining the pockets of politicians. The public has to know about this. We can't expect change until this changes. But with some legislation, you could do things like limit corporations' abilities to donate to politicians, for example. There's many different solutions. The pen is mightier than the sword with firefighting. New laws will make the biggest impact. So the blaze burned over 180 square miles, makes it the second largest wildfire recorded in modern times in LA County, behind the 2009 station fire. It surpassed the 1970 Clampett fire. The air quality was bad in the burned areas and LA Basin for weeks as a result. So, after the fires, some homeowners were having trouble finding home insurance. Yep, as insurance pulled out certain zip codes or entire counties. Thank you, power company. The California State Department of Insurance banned insurers from canceling insurance policies or declining renewals 1 year after them. But guess what happened 2 years later? Well, we've got big headlines now where Allstate and State Farm, I think, both pulled out of California, if I remember that correctly, like last month. Because California, newsflash, spoiler alert, is not putting a leash on these out of control loose cannon power companies causing these disasters. I don't blame the companies one bit. People who hate these companies, well, it's not like they're angels, the insurance companies. They do try to weasel out of paying things. But what are they going to do when you have a Dixie fire that is almost 1 million acres and covers 5 different counties, burns up significant portions of 5 counties? What are you going to do? How can you insure anybody and be solvent? What caused the Bobcat fire? Did they ever finish the investigation? Was it caused? So this was a lawsuit. Were you affected by the Bobcat fire? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. If this investigation is still open, I think the feds need to get involved and say, what the hell is your problem? What the hell? That was 2020. It's 2023. If this takes you that long to do an investigation, you're fired. I'm very suspicious about the length of time because you have certain statutes of limitations for filing suits when you are damaged. Are they just hoping that, like many people burned out by fires in California, that the victims just move out of state and throw their hands up and stop fighting for what they deserve? I'm really bitter and suspicious about this. If California's fire investigation teams, whoever these people are going to take years to figure out and conclude their investigations, a lot of people are going to run out of statute of limitations. I'm disgusted by it. So, Silver Girl says, I couldn't sleep after being on a panel tonight. What panel? The list of lives on YouTube had you and weather intrigues me. Okay, I'm close enough to have smelled smoke a couple years ago. Oh, man. Oh, hey, Broken Fish, how are you? Thanks so much for the message you gave me today early on Discord. I was listening, but I couldn't say anything. So, how are you doing? And Broken Fish, were you ever able to find like a Broadcastify channel for the pilot chatter for any of these fires? That would be great if you did. I haven't really looked. Hey Daisy, how you doing? Alright, so let me look back up at chat if I missed anything. I host a channel for a couple of years. I'm 73, alone, wheelchair, nearest family, 4,000 miles away. If I wake in the mornings, I figure I've already had a good day. Yeah. So, Good Vibe says, show the 564 in Tenaya fire. I'm not sure we have permission. Seems like a cool, rational person. Maybe I can just show clips, but was the Bobcat fire investigation conclusion? Who is investigating it? Maybe. Sorry. California.gov, California Public Utilities Commission. Report date, August 31st, 2022. Regulated entity involved, SoCal Edison. Date and time of the incident, September 6th, 2020, just after noon. Location of the incident, Azusa Angeles Forest, LA County. Summary, a wildfire that came to be known as a Bobcat ignited in the forest shortly after the initial signs. SoCal Edison Jarvis 12 kilovolt circuit relayed and locked out due to a sudden increase in its voltage. The cause of this voltage increase has not been determined. My investigation could not identify the source of that overvoltage condition or any malfunctions or failures of that facility. No fatalities or injuries. Property damage reported, none. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So witnesses, claims investigated. Oh, whoops, there's phone numbers. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be flashing those. But I guess this is on the internet. Blah, 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 blah. Is there just no conclusion about what happened? Are you kidding me? Okay, investigate. Conductor. There's a line, the burned up power line thing. Okay. Okay, this is long. 8 of 9 pages. The Jarvis 12 kilovolt circuit out of Dalton substation incorporates 5 primary protection devices. There's blah blah blah, Viper recloser equipment with a blah blah blah, engineering laboratories relay thing. The minimum trip current was 70 amps at the time. The ground trip set to 16 volts. Yeah. This means that if the current on the circuit exceeds 70 amps or the phase to ground voltage exceeds 16 volts, the relay will operate and the recloser will open. During red flag warnings, SoCal Edison implements SOB 322 as an additional safety measure to protect against fault currents that may occur during high wind conditions. While SOB 322 is in effect, the operating conditions for protection devices are charged so that remote automatic reclosers and circuit breakers will lock out following a single relay operation. I wish this was dumbed down a little bit for the public here. Plain English this for us, please. Does this mean that the moment the surge happens, all the line is shut down? Is that what that's saying? The minimum trip current, blah, blah, blah. So, RAR 0992 records 7 events within approximately 11 seconds at precisely 12:16 on September 6th. The exact moment the Bobcat fire started. Because we know that because the cameras pivoted around and looked at it at exactly 12:16. The relay target that tripped indicated the source of the events was a neutral overvoltage condition. Please explain what that means. The RAR recognized the event that opened the automatic recloser as a ground fault and recorded a voltage of 2,844 volts on the neutral conductor. A ground fault or phase to ground fault occurs when there is contact between a conductor and a grounded structure, whereas a phase-to-phase fault indicates contact between 2 conductors. And although such data indicates a fault condition, however, there is no evidence to indicate fault source was contact between conductor and vegetation. Conductor contact with a tree would likely show a decrease in current at that phase, as the tree carries part of the current to the ground. If you've ever seen an electrocuted tree, that's wild. It's frightening. I need to make like a little video to show people when a tree's getting electrocuted. It's just crazy. Broken Fish says, I will bump you to member so that you can post links in your Discord. Thanks. Thanks. Daisy May says, been okay, been better, been worse. Shouldn't complain, just winding down before bed. Well, that's what we're here for. We try to be nice and calm at night. No loud sounds or things. Okay, we're reading about the Bobcat fire. They didn't find out what happened. How can you not find out what happened when the camera showed it? If this is truly they don't know what the hell happened, they need to have close-up cameras on all of their equipment at all of these places, so that we never fail to know what happened ever again. This would also help with firefighting crews. They would know what the heck they're looking at before they arrive. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Although such data indicates a fault condition, however, there was no evidence to indicate that the fault source was contact between the conductor of electricity and vegetation. That makes sense that current would decrease if it made contact with a tree, because tree would sort of conduct some of the energy into the ground. The RAR detected no change in the current on either line A, B, or C phase conductors. Additionally, the RAR detected the increase in voltage on the neutral conductor, and did not produce targets to indicate that either the A, B, or C phase conductors were involved. SCE was not able to determine the cause of the fault. There was no work being performed on that circuit at the time leading up to the incident. Therefore, work activity is ruled out as a cause. A voltage increase on the neutral can occur if the voltage across the three primary phase conductors is unbalanced. This means the loads on the three phases are unequal, causing the voltage difference across two or more phases to increase. It's unclear whether this was the case, because the SCE was unable to provide voltage info for the time leading up to the incident. Really? SoCal Edison was unable to provide voltage info for the time leading up to the incident. Why? Why is that? Why is that? So, a power company was now basically there was a court case against what was it, Pacific Power? I think it was Pacific Power, west of Detroit, around the Detroit Lake area in Oregon. The Beachy Creek was a lightning strike fire, but it grew so rapidly and burned so many towns and trapped so many people, killed several people, that it moved faster than even a wind-driven fire can move. So it was there was a trial, and the company was found liable for starting half of the Beachy Creek fires with their energized lines hitting the ground and hitting chain link fences and homes and stuff, and spreading the fire all the way down the one and only escape route out. So Detroit Lake burned to the ground, Mill City, and Lyons, and all these other towns just bit the dust when they didn't have to, and the firefighters just fled, ran for their lives as the power lines came down on their own firehouse, which was the headquarters for fighting all the fires in the Cascades. I mean, they're quite a huge firehouse. So they were held liable because what did they do? They destroyed evidence. So the jury was not very sympathetic to their we're innocent thing. Hey, photos, how are you? You know, if you want to prove your innocence in court, don't destroy evidence. So why is it that SoCal Edison was unable to provide voltage information for the time leading up to the incident? If they had voltage irregularity and they were supposed to have turned it off in order to be safe, that's a motivation to hide this evidence. Legal disclaimer, I'm not saying to hide evidence, but this is quite suspicious. I need to know. I want to know. We need to know. Why was SoCal Edison unable to provide this voltage information leading up to the incident? If their thing was on the fritz, sparking and barking all day, or days prior, and it was, say, needing maintenance or needing to be fixed, that would be negligence if they kept it running. So, there was not enough evidence that would allow me, the investigator, to determine the source of the additional voltage on the neutral conductor. Why is there voltage on a neutral anyway? You know what I'm saying? I was not able to determine the cause of the fault event that occurred on September 6. My investigation determined the fault event resulted from an overvoltage condition in general. There's not enough evidence to determine the cause of that condition. My investigation found that RAR 0992 recorded no activity from any of the three primary conductors. Therefore, it is possible the fault event that triggered the recloser operation likely did not originate from conductor to conductor contact, conductor to ground. U.S. Forest Service has refused to share information regarding their investigation of the source of the ignition. I'm sorry, what? 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 The Forest Service gives a middle finger to the investigator of the Bobcat fire. It burned up Angela's forest. You'd think they'd want to help out in any way possible. Because if a power company burns up a national forest, that's their business. What? Okay. Now, let me tell you a little story. When the Caldor fire started, and they started having these daily meetings to try to keep the public calm, even though they shouldn't have tried to keep the public calm. They should have, from the get-go, said, this is nuts. We could lose Tahoe. What they did is they had painted a rosy picture most of the time. There were 5 o'clock briefings to the public, and they spent an inordinate amount of time. Cal Fire kissing the ass of the Forest Service and vice versa, hugging and kissing each other virtually, and explaining how well they're working together. To the point where I leaned forward like, what is this crazy, rosy, elaborate thing they're doing? Why are these agencies bragging about how well they're working together and going on and on and on about that? What the hell? So I was completely unaware of the politics between the organizations, where it's really sad. When I talked to survivors of the Caldor fire and people who lost everything, they said that when a fire sparks on the border between national, Forest Service, the Fed land, and then the state lands, the two different agencies, like when the Caldor fire started, tried to both claim, it's our fire, it's ours. Because whoever claims it as theirs, it started on our land first, gets the federal money and stuff. And they argued. It was right on the border of some El Dorado National Forest and some private land that was former mines and stuff, and right on the county border and such. And apparently when Colson Aviation showed up there on 60 Minutes and said, where do we dump the water? Cal Fire gave him different information and said, you're with us, so you obey us. And then the Forest Service says, no, you're with us, you obey us. And so they said, okay, can we fly and dump water yet? And both of them argued over it and said, don't you fly for that other one. You're ours. Go where we tell you and when. And they went home. The start of the Caldor fire was one hot mess. A very depressing, angering hot mess, where the fire just kind of stayed in a lazy canyon for a bit, and then wind picked up and drove it, and it immediately burned down a town called Grizzly Flats to the north, and then exploded and nearly burned down Tahoe and so many other places, and did basically obliterate most of Tahoe National Forest, or El Dorado, and much of Tahoe National Forest. So, knowing that they were in trouble and that the local public that was aware of this stuff was enraged. They just lost their town. They just lost Grizzly Flats. They just lost a bunch of history. They just lost a bunch of old growth. They just lost the forest. Almost lost Placerville and so many other places. It's going to take a really long time. They almost had a mass fatality event at Grizzly Flats. People just picked up and ran for their lives. It'll take a really long time. Probably I'll probably be dead before that landscape looks the way it did before. That was some of the most depressing stuff I've ever heard. These guys we entrust, Forest Service, Cal Fire, departments to work together for the greater good. The fact they're in competition and adversaries of each other. That has to stop. This is enraging. The U.S. Forest Service has refused to share information regarding their investigation of the source of the ignition. This just screws everybody who took losses during the Bobcat. And this legal team, the more power to them. Were you affected by the Bobcat fire? Contact our firm now. Oh man, it's just crap. It's a sad day when maybe attorneys could do the best for the victims, best they can. Yeah, this is one of the largest fires ever in the region, ever recorded. It's a completely unnatural source. There's no lightning that day, and usually when humans cause a fire, it's pretty dang obvious with carelessness. The funny thing is most cigarettes that start a forest fire are usually intact. You know, it's really weird, but in arson investigations, they told me that oftentimes the fire spreads away from the ignition source. And so, like, if it was a tossed cigarette or if it was a campfire, that area, like even a wooden campfire chair, might still be there because the wind drove the fire away, quickly. So they even pull fingerprints off of cigarettes and stuff. Camping gear, when that sort of thing is the reason. Broken Fish says, I gotta roll. Okay, good night. If you gotta go. So, yeah, Broken Fish says, that is wrong. It says something is wrong. No wonder we don't know what caused the Bobcat fire yet. Conclusion, my investigation did not reveal any Go 95 violations by SoCal Edison. The evidence available did not suggest any contact between the conductor and vegetation and ground, contact between conductors or other equipment failure prior to the incident. But here's the thing. You don't need direct contact with vegetation. You don't need a cable that's energized to smack the ground to start a wildfire. There's something called arcing. Why aren't they even talking about arcing? Look at all this vegetation near the damn thing. Look at these trees. Figure 4. SoCal Edison field personnel preparing to lower the subject conductor. Why is it in the middle of trees at all? Here it is. 23-foot section of subject conductor. Wow. With a rock kind of helping it lay flat instead of curling it up. A nice rock, by the way. Like rocks. Okay. So, no Go 95s or Rule 35s or Rule 30 violations. This just may mean that everybody who took losses is just screwed. Why did they not have evidence to provide about the voltage before the incident? Look how much vegetation is around this high tension line. Preventable accident. Regardless of what the hell happened with the equipment, if it was a squirrel that spread its body between the lines and it, made them short each other out, or an eagle that spread its wingtips between the line, fried itself, and caused a fire, something random and unforeseeable like that happens, you won't get a fire if you've just got rocks underneath your power lines. No trees next to them for an arc to go and get next to it. Why are there trees growing under power lines? This is not legal in other states. Follow the money. Yeah. Like I said, at the very beginning, I was like, no politics, period. We just have to fundraise and get awareness for more firefighting equipment. No. We've got to stop the corruption. or this continues. Any criminal, including a company like, PG&E, that gets away with criminal behavior repeats their behavior. What is their motivation to stop? Especially if erring on the side of discaution makes them more money. They can't bill people when they shut off the power for power not provided. They have to refund people. So even in the middle of raging windstorms in Santa Ana and Diablo winds, they kept the power on. Internal investigation memos from Butte County, in the manslaughter case that they pled guilty to, 85 deaths. Paradise showed these memos back and forth between their corporate guys saying, well, you know what? Most power lines go down in a windstorm, and that's usually when there's rain involved. So rains will likely just put out any fire that starts, and so therefore we can just kind of leave the power lines energized during windstorms. Santa Ana winds and the Diablo winds are dry. They weren't doing that during storms. They were doing it when the dry winds came. When winds exceeded 125 miles an hour. They were like, oh, yeah, it's good. Let's just leave power lines energized so we could bill the customer. It's just insanity. The Dixie fire could have been put out immediately, but the responding fire trucks went to the fire access road and found vegetation had grown all over it, and they couldn't even get under the power lines because of so much vegetation growth. One of the arms snapped off the high-tension power line. One of the lines made contact with the other one. It dripped molten metal into the vegetation beneath it. And then it was driven by 75-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts up into the canyon as the firefighters helplessly watched. They couldn't access it down there. And they, of course, couldn't drive underneath live power lines that were failing with the arms snapping off, arcing and sparking. And that's a suicide thing. You gotta wait for the power to be cut. They can see in headquarters, they can see this stuff. They can see over voltage. They can see spikes. They can see surges. They can get an idea that something's terribly wrong and hit the button to turn it off. But they don't. That's what needs to change. Laws need to mandate that. Even after they killed 85 people at Paradise, the company still had a policy where if an employee shut off the power thinking a fire was starting, they could be fired. They had this stupid policy where the employee had to, like in the Dixie fire, drive up and take almost 30 minutes of a drive up the canyon to visually inspect the lines and see if it was on fire to order a power shut off. And when he did, he was out of cell phone range when he saw the tree getting electrocuted. This has to change. So we can't avoid talking about this political nature of stuff. But the good news is we changed the law. We stopped this in an instant. I think a good law would be this. Fail to keep good records about, the voltage and stuff of your lines right before a big disaster, and you're instantly guilty. It's like refusing a breathalyzer test when you just massacred a family and drove into them at 125 miles an hour. Well, you're instantly guilty of drunk driving, basically. Why did you refuse? Oh, yeah, I didn't keep track of records, and or maybe we deleted them. Okay, you're instantly guilty. You destroyed evidence or didn't keep evidence. You and I are held to a higher standard than these companies. It's angering, but the bright side is we could change all this. It's very different than the narrative that the general media says. I hate National Geographic now. I used to love them. National Geographic, this article is horrible. Wildfire, this is the future. A guy who was on the Dixie fire, this reporter, says, this is the future. Prepare yourself. No, it's not. Shut up, dude. Go to hell. It's only the future if we just don't do anything about it. You naysaying bad person, get up off your ass, stop drinking, stop whining, stop complaining, and stop telling people this is the future. Tell people what to do about it to prevent this. We need to save the environment, not whine about how we lost it. That's not going to work for our grandchildren. You see this? I can't stand this crap. It's more global warming spiel. Like, what are we going to do? Tax some cow farts and then we're going to prevent this? No, that's not going to work. We need to rein in these power companies that are starting crazy, insane fires and doing this. We got enough problems with the legitimate climate change fires that are like affecting Canada, and stuff caused by El Nino and La Nina. We've got our hands full with that. We don't need the extra stuff caused by these power companies. California's largest fires ever have been started by the power company. This is not the future. It's not the past, because these power companies had newer equipment in the past. It's now old, decrepit, ill-maintained, and they've gotten away with setting a bunch of fires and not really paying for them, not paying much for them. So they still have no incentive to maintain the lines and trim back vegetation, do common sense stuff. So it's not the future. Don't prepare yourself. Prepare yourself to be run over by people like us who want to do something about this, you jerk. And it's behind a paywall to even read the article, but I read it at a different time. So it's just, that's what I can't stand about the media. They just, when the Dixie fire happened, Lester Holt and others were saying climate change was the biggest driver of the 2020 California wildfires. BS it was. BS. And the 2021, it was the power companies, guy. And then the other naturally started wildfires were unattended. Completely unattended. Oh my God. But we can spread the word. We can't rely on the media to do their job anymore. Do these power companies give money to the media? I'd really like to know. They sure do with commercials. Even San Francisco Chronicle started just whining about global warming and supporting Newsom's his propaganda. He would be on the hook for this since he just doesn't do anything about wildfires. In fact, he just blames Republicans and stuff, and then President Trump at the time cannot rely on Democrats or Republicans. All the president did was blame Newsom back. They just pointed fingers at each other and called each other names. Thanks, leaders. But we can get the word out ourselves and change it. There's a reason he doesn't want to blame the power companies. He's taking their money. There are so many other politicians, and so is probably a lot of the media. But you and I can't be bought. We need to save the environment from these power companies, not just whine about how we lost it and get depressed and drink. We can change it. Cheryl says, keep talking. Yeah. Cheryl says, that was brought up about the watch houses up there and where they abandoned because the public stopped going to the forest areas. Became bed and breakfast. Yeah, the watchtowers. We need to get the fire watchtowers back in order. Yeah, they actually just blanket destroyed most of them in the West. We had thousands of them, I think. At least hundreds. Across Oregon, Washington, California. Fire lookout towers, some are still in use. But FDR was the last president that was super serious about fighting fires, and he came up with the FDR plan to protect California from wildfires. He wanted to protect California and the West Coast from wildfires because he correctly ascertained that wildfires were doing more damage than the Japanese were. I mean, the Japanese were trying to start wildfires. That gives you an idea. But these wildfires have damaged the country more than other enemy nations for the last 100 years. So let me see. the FDR approved a plan, and it was, I don't know, let's see. History of wildfires at present. I used to have this on. I used to have it on like a speed dial sort of thing. Yeah, FDR Civilian Conservation Corps helped prepare the what? There was this elaborate plan to build a fire break to help protect the valley communities, such as Paradise and such, from the fires started by Santa Ana and Diablo winds, or fueled by them, in the Sierras. Goodness gracious. So it was a huge fire break road, and a nice road where firefighters would be able to quickly go back and forth between the different counties. Things like El Dorado County, Butte County, all the way down to Southern California. And it would have really, that infrastructure would have been amazing. Let's see. I can't remember the name of the plan. So the project was canceled after he died in office, but it shouldn't have been. Where is the inmate firefighter? Hoping they would mention it. But ironically, Butte County, if they had built this thing, Paradise might have been saved. Part of the plan was to Teddy Roosevelt stuff. Part of the plan was to build a couple of bridges across this expansive canyon so people could evacuate and first responders could get to the fire. Remember, there was only 3 ways out of Paradise to the south, which closed really quickly. So they partially constructed this road and this bridge, and then there was this completely stupid argument between the county and the federal lands of who would take control of this fire access road and this bridge that the Civilian Conservation Corps kind of built, some other similar organization during the war. And so Butte County did not take control of it and argued about, well, how would we maintain it with feds, I guess, or the state. And so this road was left to rot. And I haven't visited it myself, but it really could have been the escape route that people needed to prevent that mass death situation. And it was going to be helpful to the environment as well, because we would have less of it burn up. So, God, I can't believe a general Google search is not showing it. So it was, could the article read. Now, some of the media, I must say before we go on to something else, some of the mass media has been good and has been telling the truth. New York Times, LA Times, they're telling the truth about the wildfires and the irrational dialogue, which is, yes, we have climate change, so no, we can't allow these power companies to have carte blanche control for start fires without consequence, But San Francisco Chronicle disappointed me greatly. So there's good entities and bad. NBC with their morning news about the Dixie fire is just atrociously bad. Because California is dry right now, it has massive fires. Oh my God. Okay, could Depression era road in Butte County saved lives during Camp Fire. This is as much as I can remember about. Yes, there it is. And this is ironically the San Francisco Chronicle. Don't ask me why. They have some good articles and bad, but nearly lost to history and nature. The Ponderosa Way, yes, that's what it was called, which spanned from Mount Shasta to Bakersfield, was one of the largest projects of the Depression era. Still holds lessons for fire-stricken California. So this was going to be the Great Fire Break of the West, gigantic fire break project to be presented to Roosevelt. A fight to increase the present allotments of CCC camps for California's vast winter work program was underway yesterday. This is an ancient news article, undated. President Roosevelt involved. Other Western states have made strong overtures in hopes of increasing their allotment at the expense of the state, while California stands to lose heavily should the present number be reduced, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the Civilian Conservation Corps was a controversial thing. It, yes, helped restart the economy, but a lot of the diehard capitalists was like, nobody should interfere with the economy. It'll correct itself, right? So one of the great projects that could be defeated should the government reduce the state's total is an 800-mile fire break along the west front of the Sierra Nevadas from Redding to Bakersfield. It would be the largest intact forest fire protection, blah, 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 and then it gets cut off. This is an old historical photo from 1933. 1933, remember what I keep talking about? What's the relevance of 1933 and Western forest fires? Anybody know? Do you guys want to get a gold star? You guys want to tell me what's the significance? What happened in 1933 to make it, to shock the world and the nation to the dangers of forest fires? Anybody want to take a guess? We already talked about it today. So parts of this Ponderosa Way thing still exists. This is near Chico. Blah, blah, blah. But it was unfortunately shut down. After FDR died, the last champion of this, this thing was not created. But boy, if it had been, California would be in a lot better shape. There'd be a lot more evacuation routes. Right now, the nature of California's roads up in the Sierras are they basically go east-west. You want to go north and south, you have to go extremely east or extremely west to get to a valley, because all these roads are in the canyons. There's very few big bridges that would bridge the canyons so you can drive north or south. Yeah, they would be expensive, but do we need them? Yeah. Because the lack of these bridges, and like say in the Caldor fire, meant that the different counties, like Amador County trying to help El Dorado County as the fire moved north. Amador County is south, El Dorado County is north. They had to drive almost to the valley, far west, drive north, quite a ways, drive due east, in order to get across this canyon that they could visually see. You know, you could see within eyesight, you could see the other fire department on the other side of the canyon. Since there was no bridge, they had to go, it's about 2 hours out of their way. They could have reached them in 20 minutes with a bridge. It's 2 hours out of the way. That's part of the reason it gets so messed up. Okay, so you guys have the answer. What happened in 1933? Yeah, yes, Metal California says, I'm guessing a big fire. Okay, what was your previous name, Metal California? Did you change your name? EA says, I think I read they're not even paying photographers anymore. I love Monopoly. Oh, God, yeah. It's a scary time for media. The old guard that had photoalistic, journalistic integrity dying out and being fired, and I don't know. The media's always been a bit controversial. It's always been a bit predatory, but in a way, we're in a good new era where honest citizens can report, but dishonest citizens can report too. Okay, guys. 1933's Tillamook Burn is the answer. The Great Tillamook Burn. The first mega fire after the invention of color film and aircraft. It's the first time, and I'd love to find color film of it. I don't know if much of it survives. I'll have to go to the local news stations. I know there's at least some of it. There's no aerial firefighting at this time. It's biplanes and stuff. The first fixed-wing aircraft, which is 2 wings, are starting to emerge at this time. But there's no such thing as aircraft. This is colorized, but it's out there. 1933's massive, gigantic Tillamook burn that just destroyed the largest tract of old growth left in Oregon. Extreme tragedy. I still don't have a complete count of the amount of towns and communities that got destroyed. 16, my rough estimate. And it was never really settled very well. It's just some of the steepest, most rugged terrain. It's just due west of Portland, all the way to the coast, basically. And then the fire burned again every 3 years because this dead trees were left on the landscape. And what do you see? A bunch of brush growth. So every 3 years, the brush would go up enough. They couldn't salvage log fast enough because there were no roads. Just railroads. And so all their trestles burned up in the fire. And a lot of their actual tunnels for the railroads burned up too because they were timbered. So they couldn't rebuild these things fast enough and salvage log fast enough to prevent the repeat fire scenario. And this was the giant wake-up call. Remember the giant wildfire in Bambi? The 1930s cartoon Bambi? A lot of people, it's a surprise to a lot of people that Bambi is that old of a cartoon, but it's from the 30s. All the animals running in terror from the fire. That Tillamook burn was one of the first that was caught on camera, and people could see the insanity of it. I don't know of any non-copyright kind of things I could show you right now off the top of my head, but that's a gigantic chunk of Oregon, and it repeat burned and expanded. Like I said, some of the fires happened in the 40s, but they were likely started by the Japanese balloon bombs. And so, since that was classified, we don't know until they declassify some more stuff. The media was ordered by the government to not talk about the balloon bombs. It was an amazing time. We were working together, for a common good thing. We had a common enemy. Where the media participated, they were told these balloon bombs exist, but please, for God's sake, don't tell the public, don't panic them. But every time a wildfire starts in the 40s, tell everybody in the public on the back page news like it's no big deal. It was a cigarette. It was a vehicle. And so I actually, before Google took away the ability to search the archived newspapers, I was doing incredible amounts of research and just finding crazy story after story. I was just searching for wildfires in Oregon, Washington, Idaho. And the news sources, sure enough, there's all these little articles on page 18 saying there was a fire today. It was in the forest. It was started by a cigarette. It was put out immediately. Yeah. Oh, the Japanese balloon bombs? Oh, you changed it. Your name was Metal NPC or something, but I lived right next to the Caldor last year. Oh man, I wish we had met up last year when I was running around the area. How are you? So now the stock market crash, Cheryl, was in 29, so close. But the Tillamook burn fire just shocked the nation. Nobody had quite seen a mega fire like that. It just obliterated the forest, and nothing grew back. Everybody was used to the forest growing back, but it was a very unusual dry year where hot, dry winds came down the Columbia River Gorge and dried out like a hairdryer on maximum all the woods west of Portland. It was just tinder dry. And there's a myth that the Gales Creek Lumber Company started it. They did have a fire at their mill, and they immediately dropped everything to fight it. But off in the distance, the fire lookout tower nearby said that there was lightning that had started fires. So back in the day, because there was no roads in this area of wilderness at all in Oregon, just some logging railroads, for example. The people who volunteered, like the firefighters and the Forest Service, forest rangers, and loggers, they had to access the lightning strike fires by mule train, by Indian paths. Fur trappers had to guide them around and they had to literally take machetes and cut a trail and then guide the mules and the pack mules through because horses couldn't penetrate the dense brush. So they didn't respond in time, naturally to these things. Like I said, roadless wilderness is a bad thing for fires. So because the lightning strike fire was never put out, and eventually it merged with that going on in Gales Creek, that's what started the Tillamook fire. But everybody wanted somebody to blame, so they blamed the logging company at Gales Creek. Ironically, they were trying to shut down for the day and move a log into the pond. And that's how you prevent fires. You have a log pond. And it got stuck. And so they were just trying to move the last one into the safety of the water when it finally got unstuck. And the chain that was holding the log dragged the log quickly over a bunch of rocks or something, or against another chain, and a spark went into the dry grass. That was that. So, yeah, I mean, I read the whole book about it. I read the testimony and all this stuff. But here's a better map. This shows you just how bad some of the fire was. When you see that that's the entire northwest tip of Oregon, you get to see the gigantic nature of it. The forest did not grow back. It's 1960 and the forest did not grow back. And that's when the public kind of became aware that forests don't grow back in a megafire, which is those unusual super fires that burn all the pine cones to ash and all the seeds. Now, the wildlife came back immediately. There's an explosion in the deer population and cougars and elk and stuff because they don't actually live in the forest. They live in the meadows. They walk through the forest to get to their food source. But the forest wasn't there. If you drove from Portland to the coast for most of the 20th century, it was like a moonscape, which is blackened charred stumps and standing dead trees everywhere. So it gave them a clue in the 60s that they had to replant. Unfortunately, they replanted mostly just Douglas fir, and that's it. So that's bad. That's why things like the Pacific yew and the Sitka spruce are either endangered or really rare. And it's not natural anymore. There should be more cedars and fire-resistant trees, but so I am a bit concerned for the state of the forest now. Like, could it burn again? I was extremely worried last couple of years as it got a bit dry again, especially 2020. Oh my God. So that was what made FDR and the entire world just kind of wake up. The fact that, there had been the Peshtigo fire, which was worse, over by the Great Lakes, but the fact that gigantic portions of an entire state can just burn without any way to control it. They never got any semblance of control. There was never control. It's a miracle that people didn't die. There was one firefighter who had a burning tree fall on him. He died. But a complete absolute miracle that the townsfolk, in a way that didn't have telephone service or much in the way of radio, they just saw a giant fire coming to them. They survived by just running into the creeks and underneath bridges and throwing blankets over them and just going face down into the rivers, right next to bears and cougars and other wildlife. Just everything went into the rivers. So this shocked the world. Bambi comes out a couple of years later with the wildfire thing. FDR is extremely concerned. The catastrophic loss of the environment. I think we completely lost a pine marten. Well, technically they're called American marten in the Coast Range. They need old growth habitat. I don't think they were ever seen again. It was just catastrophically bad. The economic losses Oregon never recovered from. These communities, these counties, Tillamook County, Clatsop County, and Columbia County, never recovered economically from the losses. They tried to salvage log as fast as they could, and most of the lumber went to waste anyway because of the lack of roads. In fact, every single lumber company went out of business the moment that it happened, and including the big tycoon companies. So they just rolled all of them into one and said, all of you work together now for the greater good. You're called Consolidated Lumber Company, and all of you now try to salvage the situation. Let's try to save as much wood as possible. But most of it went to waste. This shocked the nation, so FDR was quite concerned. The fact that the Japanese leaned forward and went, They knew that if they could start another Tillamook burn during World War II, there's so many able-bodied men would be out there fighting it, they wouldn't be in the war. He would either do one of two things: suck back a lot of the military men who otherwise would be fighting on beaches like Iwo Jima and stuff, and invading Japan, right? And either it would disrupt that and disrupt the draft and benefit them, or if it didn't disrupt the draft, there's no way women could fight this, and old men and stuff. So it would just devastate the war effort. Erase towns. We'd be focused on rebuilding rather than the war effort, especially the amount of ships that were being built in Portland and Vancouver. Wooden scaffolding was holding up the ships, like a huge, immense amount of wood, these gigantic ships, right? And Vanport, Oregon's second largest city, don't look for it on a map, it's not there anymore, was built by wood that came out of this region. It's a temporary town for like around 230,000 workers from other states. So they rubbed their little palms together and said, let's send the balloon bombs over on the trade winds. So they sent incendiary, like weather balloons, but with bombs all over them. So that was all classified. But this thing shocked the nations. This is why they wanted to make this great Ponderosa Way. FDR was going to be its big champion, but what does he do? He dies in office. And since the war brought the economy back to life, there was no more need for these civilian conservation corps camps. I mean, the people who love the environment love these things. There's people getting skills for working in nature, like youth who might otherwise turn to crime. It was like a summer camp, and yet you got skills for working in the woods. They were building trails, and they were building amazing stuff like Timberline Lodge at Mount Hood, just facilities to enjoy and experience nature, and get the public in nature, to appreciate nature, and prevent things like fires. Well, after the economy roared back to life with World War II, they shut down these things. So Civilian Conservation Corps shut down because it was a government-funded, government-paid the salaries of these people, these youths. And we have the general decline of firefighting infrastructure. They start shutting down the fire lookout towers, saying, oh, we got aircraft now. We can just fly planes over to survey this stuff. That was a bad idea. You see the decline in fire access roads. The 60s, by the time that people had forgotten a lot about these shocking giant fires of the 30s, 40s, they decided, let's make the stupid roadless Wilderness Act, which just has screwed us today. Now, ironically, this Ponderosa Way was partly built through Butte County. It says the massive project that passed through Paradise, this is the San Francisco Chronicle article, the town destroyed by the deadly campfire in 2018, was neglected almost from the beginning. Maintenance. And whether the Ponderosa Way could have saved Paradise or offered an evacuation route for the fleeing residents may never be known. What do you mean never? It's pretty easy. Go there and look at it, like I did. What do you mean never be known? Just go look at it. If the fire would have been on Ponderosa Way first, then no, it would not have been a good evacuation route. If it's on, say, the east part of town, that's where the fire came up. But if it linked to the roads where the people died, or the fire took a while to get to it, then yes, it definitely would have been an evacuation route. What the hell are you talking about? Just go look at it. ever be known. Go look at it. Says Gray Brechin, a visiting scholar in UC Berkeley's geography department. You're a scholar in the geography department? Don't you know how to read a map? I'm sorry. I'm like a jerk right now. But it just astounds me when people say whether or not it would have saved people can never be known. Well, where is it on the map? I tell you what, any roads out of that would have saved lives. What I did to find out about Paradise is I went and pulled this was a grim task. I wanted to know if the people who died there could have saved themselves. So we can learn from this, so I can teach this. Daisy May says there's pine martens in Tahoe. Cool. I've heard of that. They're rarely seen by human beings. They're nocturnal and elusive. But what I did is I went to Paradise with the map of where the fatalities occurred, see if people could have saved themselves, so I could teach people about fire survival. So I can learn from it myself and teach that to others. And I did find out that most people that perished in Paradise were unaware that were usually within 100-foot walking distance, short walking distance, usually within 100 to 200 feet, was a safe shelter. Usually in the form of big culverts underneath the main roads, or even little ones. And also creeks, pools, ponds. Sometimes they have big cisterns for water storage. But generally people panic, and what the government does tell people to run for your lives and drive through flames in a car, and that's a window of opportunity to close it. I want to teach classes, or maybe make a video, and first responders like cops can watch it, so they stop giving bad advice to the public. Like my brother was eating breakfast around 7 in the morning on the porch when a cop or a sheriff went by screaming out the window, "Everybody run for your lives," basically. When my brother should have stayed put. Some of his neighbors left behind him a few minutes behind and didn't make it out. My brother had to drive through flames. Well, the house across the street made it through the fire because the firefighters made a last stand there. It had a pond in the backyard and a pool, and there was a big creek in the backyard, and just about 75 feet away was a giant culvert that could have accommodated 50 people underneath a really big road with water running through it. So everybody on that street should have gone into that culvert. Eventually the firefighters came around, gathered up people, told them to get in that house across from my brother's place. They went down the house with their fire truck with the water from the backyard pool, and the fire went past them. But I'm not being critical of the officer. I mean, this is most people's instinct is, and if they're not trained on what to do in a wildfire, they don't know what to do. They don't have good advice, right? And it's also extremely hard to think when you're under that kind of panic adrenaline. It's very hard to remember your own phone number when you have adrenaline. I know this. So I went to Paradise and I looked at all the places where there were fatalities. Some people were generally screwed. They lived at the end of a one-way road, no way out. As soon as power lines fell across it, they were trapped, and there was not even a sewer to get into or a gutter to take shelter in. If they fled to the south, the road dead ended because there was a cliff. So they would have died jumping off a cliff or trying to go down an inaccessible cliff. They had little warning. They lived too far in the east of town when the fire roared up the side. They had no way to get out. Other than that death alley in Pence Road, which was one where traffic jams, where people wrecked, and then the traffic jam, and then the fire burned over the people. Even some of them could have gotten in culverts they just didn't know about. So if this Ponderosa Way was anywhere by Pence Road and this dead-end death alley, that definitely people could have used it to evacuate, or even further west of town. So I don't know why people say stuff like, who are geologically trained and should be really good with maps, you say we'll never know whether or not it could have offered an evacuation route. Why don't you go look? And I'm curious now, and I want to look. Daisy May says a lot of elderly people died in bed in the campfire, unaware it was close or how fast it was. Actually, they knew. That's the sad thing. They knew. It's just that when your house is on fire and you can't get out, most people curl up in bed to surrender to death. Or underneath their bed. It's there's nothing else you can do if you can't go outside. A lot of them tried to leave. Some of them had cars, but they had no physical strength to pull down the red handle and open the garage door manually because the power was cut. The fire went chewed through the lines. So a good thing that has come out of this is that California has revised their laws, and building codes now stipulate that there has to be a battery backup for your garage door opener. They called 911. I listened to it live. Not the 911 calls. I should have done a. I didn't know that I wanted to make a documentary at the time. I was still traumatized and completely messed up. My brother was a missing person for a while till he checked in. I should have done a Freedom of Information Act request. Got some of the 911 calls. They may be sealed because of so many people on the phone as they died. It was a career ender for a lot of the 911 operators of Butte County. Because when you hear this stuff, you just can't do your job anymore. What I heard was the radio. I heard the first responders talking to dispatch. Dispatch says there's been a 911 call from 6 people in the trailer park that was west of the Baxter Auto Parts store. I think it was called Baxter. That auto parts store survived because the firefighters met in that parking lot. It was a little bit close to one of the gas stations and the Safeway. So people taking shelters in parking lot pretty much survived. This trailer park for the elderly was west of that area, and the firefighters said, we can't get to them. The roads are blocked by the fire because pine trees on fire were collapsing, and energized power lines were collapsing all over the roads. And so the 911 operator says, you have to go get these people, like they're about to die. And the firefighters said, we just tried to get in through this road is blocked. Can you ask them if their road is blocked and how we can get to them? The 911 operator would put them on pause for a second, and she goes, I don't know. Just try every single route you can. And the firefighters started crying and saying, we're trying. So I don't know how bad it must have been hearing the 911 operators, but they were requesting these. If they hung up with 911, they called their caregivers to come pick them up, and the caregivers couldn't get into town because people drove in both lanes, and the only 3 ways out of town to the south. So there was no incoming traffic, and that was very difficult for the firefighters of Chico to go up, because so many people were driving on both lanes south. Now, there was a rumor that a bicycle lane, to make a bicycle lane, because of the green movement BS thing, I'm not saying green is BS. I'm saying, though, when it costs people lives, it's BS. They did close, they had a wider road, and I did verify this. It was wider, and then they took a lane out in order to make a bicycle lane. And that did cause part of the traffic jam. So, there's a lot of dark things I could say about Paradise that I guess I would put in a documentary about it. I went to there several times afterwards. I was there in Paradise when the rains came and they had to stop the search for the bodies because the rains washed away the remnants of the cremated people. So they were identifying people by going into the homes and usually looking on the beds by finding the coil springs. They were looking for some dried up powdery teeth. The teeth were so fragile because of cremation temperatures that they were normally just discolored. They would turn to dust if you touched them. So DNA analysis was used sometimes when they found bones, but mostly it was identification because they would say, okay, we think a person died here because there's a wristwatch remnant on the bed here, or a bracelet, and then on the bed is a pendant of a necklace. And if a person had been lying like this, then that explains the jewelry on the bed. And there's a zipper from their pants, a little bit lower on the bed, and there's the button for the pants or suspender straps. Sorry, I don't mean to make anybody cry, but the smoke killed them first. Remember that. When your house is on fire, it fills with smoke. So most pass out from the smoke, but they did know that it was coming. They knew. They made phone calls. Did not usually have vehicles to get out, or it was too late. So there were some good survival stories. The whole night I listened to this. The fire raged for several days. It wasn't just something that happened over one day. People forget that the campfire went on for weeks. And then it moved up higher into the hills. They barely saved Chico. Had a lot of my family evacuated from Chico. The fire went down into the valley and jumped the Highway 99. It tried to run west, because the winds over the mountains were pushing it west. It tried to go to other towns. It tried to go back to Google Maps. Where's Google Maps? I mean, it could have eaten up much of Northern California. They tried desperately, and it took a serious effort to protect the West. And first, that was their first priority. The wind was pushing it to the west. Protect Chico, Orville. It was trying to cross just south of Chico and hit these other towns and go over to Orland and these little miniature towns over here and just go across the rice fields and the fields, Hamilton City area, all this stuff. And it would have swept right across the valley. It would have just gone over to the Coast Range. And so once the wind died down, remember this was November 18th, or November 8th, 2018, a day which will live in infamy. Once the wind stopped coming out of the mountains, then the up canyon winds came and pushed it back into the mountains. Then they had the gargantuan task of trying to protect the forest and everything from Highway 70 up Lovelock, Sterling City, and Skip, and everything in the canyon. So that December, I was there early December, and visiting general family members. We had a family reunion thing. And I remember I was in 99, driving at night, towards my family. And I thought an aircraft was trying to land on 99. I even pulled over. It was so low. I thought it was trying to land on Highway 99 like an emergency. It was one of those drones from probably Beale Air Force Base, a military, huge unmanned aerial, aircraft, kind of like a Predator drone, that silently flew over my car and made its way up towards Paradise. I tried to film it, and it just wouldn't focus. My cell phone sucked at the time. And they really were trying to do all the body recovery. As I went through the town, tried to find what was left of my brother's place and things I knew. People in the white suits, head-to-toe hazmat gear, to not contaminate their own DNA with the sifting through looking for bodies. They needed to find it all before the rains washed away the last of the humans' remains, and so they weren't done. And the day that I got my uncle, who knew the area very, very well, to drive me to Paradise was the day the torrential rains happened. We only got as far as trying to survey the damage for Cherokee and a couple other historic towns that I didn't know the status of. We headed towards Paradise, and they closed all the roads to mudslide potential. But if we look at Ponderosa Way, Ponderosa Reservoir, Ponderosa Way, Magalia burned down. That looks like a neighborhood. Irish town burned down for its part. Old gold mining town. This part of the big fire break thing. Now, so Death Alley, as I was talking about, was this is not showing the depth of the cliffs, right? Fire sweeps up the extremely steep canyon here. People were caught unawares because you see this big bowl called Concal. It's like a giant crater. Probably is a giant crater. I don't know if that's volcanic or what, or if it was carved by a glacier or what. But since over here at Polga is where the fire started, they thought that the fire would move slowly, go down here, and climb up the hill, and they'd have plenty of time to warn Paradise and Magalia. What they didn't account for, and so Verse 911 call goes out that morning, calls people, and people answer the phone, and it says, beware, there's a fire to the east. Prepare to evacuate. But another reverse 911 call will go out the moment that you're ordered to evacuate. And so they had the town on prep. Okay, that was stupid. They should have just realized there's only 3 ways out south of town, 3 main roads. Really? And only 1 to the north, just 1. Because look at these deep canyons that surround it on 3 sides. Giant triangle-shaped plateau. Windswept, fire-prone, flammable, lots and lots of pine trees. No matter how much they raked, and yes, they did, President Trump, they already did rake. What happened doesn't go through Concal first. The tall, dead snags up here in the tall peaks of the Highway 70 canyon blew in these fierce winds all the way over, boom, over, skipped Concal, just went 6 or 7 miles. Burning debris flew in the wind 6 or 7 miles, landed right down here at the base of the, what was that, the West Fork of the Feather? Yeah. And raced right up the hill to the east section of town and chewed through the power lines and the phone lines before any new reverse 911 call could go out. People didn't even know their phone lines were out. They were just like my brother, sitting nervously on the porch in the morning. The early risers lived. So did the people who left the night before. Just got out and had a bad feeling. Nobody knew that their phone line was out. Unless you picked it up out of curiosity and didn't hear anything. So all these people were waiting for reverse 911 call number 2. It never came. Daisy May says, okay, so if one has only a very small culvert to hunker down into, like a 1-person fits, would that be a safe place to shelter in place? That depends. Very good question. But I'll tell you what, the people that survived the Cascade Fire, which was down here in Bangor and Loma Rica, where my friend died. Now, this is Loma Rica. Bangor is right up there. 2 different power lines went down same night that, 1 year before Paradise. Almost exactly. 2 different power lines went down, one by Bangor, one by Loma Rica, at the same night that Santa Rosa had PG&E power lines go down. Now, all the news media was on Santa Rosa's fire. But at the same exact time, people were fighting for their lives here. And same thing, the fire chews through the telephone lines and power lines before anybody can get a reverse 911 call. It all failed. That was 2017. And it failed again in 2018 at Paradise. Failed again in 2020. when I started covering the glass and the zog fire and all that. And the bear fire. Don't count on this stuff. People were asleep in the middle of the night and woke up because there was a glow in the window, a deafening roar of a fire coming, and the winds were so powerful they picked up gravel in the driveway and threw them up against the windows of people's bedroom windows. So tap, 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 woke up people. A lot of people took shelter and lived. There was almost no way to drive out at this point. Most people went outside to find that their roof was already ablaze, and if their car was in the driveway, it was already on fire. And that's how my friend died. He didn't have a car to get out of. Their last call to their relatives was, "We're going to try to defend the house with a hose." They had motorcycles in the garage. Since the car was in the driveway on fire, they couldn't open it and get the motorcycles out. So the fire hose defense thing did not work. However, many people in the Loma Rica area survived by getting in a tiny culvert underneath their driveway. I don't know if I could find an example of one, but they're not that much bigger than a person squeezing their shoulders in. The area looks like today. By Pizza Roundup. Awesome pizza place. They saved Pizza Roundup. I wonder if we could find some homes, kind of see culverts and stuff. Yeah, this is a May 2023 image. I can't tell you where exactly the fire was. I wanted to go visit this area and film, but it was 2017. I wasn't fire educated yet. This was my wake-up call. I felt like I'd just be a voyeuristic tourist, that I would antagonize the locals, even though I knew some of the locals. I don't see a culvert there. There's too much grass. But these are not big ditches. So it's if you could squeeze yourself in there, what is the length of the culvert? As long as it doesn't heat up too much inside, the deeper you can be in the center, the better you're going to be. So this is May, when they had a lot of grass in the ditches. Hopefully you're going to be able to show you a culvert under a driveway. I remember ours. Didn't live too far away. Wasn't that big. But entire families squeezed themselves in. And there was a child whose legs was sticking out, so she had burns on her legs. But still survived. Now, you're going to have a lot more comfort in there if it's wet at all. So, oh, you know what? I can show you a fun video. I would say make sure there's no muck in your culvert. A, for drainage, and so you don't get mosquitoes, right? Let's see, where are the culverts, man? Culverts and driveways. Just on the wrong roads here. Because we don't have any really good ditches over here. They must not have too many drainage issues. We did it by house, or they have a sewer, or they paved it. I'm just kind of flabbergasted. Ooh, eucalyptus type tree, Mariposa. You wouldn't think this would be a death trap area, but boy, did the fire move fast. Power lines. Shut my mouth. I can't show you a good. Maybe Bangor would have been a better place to give you some examples here. Anyway, if you take a wool blanket, cover yourself up, it'll insulate you a bit from heat. So even if hot winds and stuff are blowing into the culvert, you're going to be okay. Now, do not wear synthetic clothing. That will melt on you. So nothing like what I'm wearing right now, you know. Look at this pink trash can. What in the world? Yeah, so this is the ditch with vegetation in it. The culvert is right here under the driveway, but you can't see much. And people took shelter in these little things. Even grown adult men, you know. Amazing what you can fit through. Now, I want to show you an easy way you can clear a culvert, even though it's long, so that you can make it so that A, the mud gets out of it and doesn't fill up. B, you can take some shelter in it. So Daisy May says it goes under a 5-lane road, so it's really long. Whoa, okay. Make sure that you have access. They put some barriers so kids and beavers don't go in them sometimes. So when I tell people to make your evacuation route, the first step is just find where any road goes over a body of water, any creek, stream, river. That will be either a bridge or a culvert. And bridges are a nice shelter too, many times. But you'll want that wool blanket. Throw over your back. If there's water, that would be nice. If you're in a swimming pool or whatever, you throw it over your head, trap breathable air in the wool blanket. It'll insulate you from heat. And when you get chilled and cold, which is weird, but you will if you're wet, it'll keep you warm the rest of the night because wool still insulates when it's wet. So wear natural fiber clothing. Cotton does not insulate when it's wet, so wool in general is best. Or wool blend, alpaca, whatever. If cotton's all you got, get silk underwear. There's the brand I like is called what is it called? Something silk? Winter Silks. Pretty affordable. Wintersilk.com. And Amazon's got a thing. They apple seeds. Do they have their own website? Anyway, Winter Silk, great brand. I nearly died in the woods getting soaked to the bone, but I lived and I wasn't even cold because I had Winter Silk on, just a thermal layer, Let's go back here. A second. Make a note that I should add Winter Silk to my little store on Amazon for the fundraiser for the channel. And thank you everyone who's donated. We're donation based here. I really don't want to put ads on what I'm doing. It's just not right. I don't want to interrupt. We interrupt this life-saving broadcast to talk about HelloFresh and NordVPN. I just don't want to do that, if I have to. And so, if you do have to wear cotton pants, just put Winter Silk as underwear, and that will insulate when it's wet too. So even if you're still wearing soaked to the bone cotton, you've got your blanket, you've got your underwear, you're not going to be hypothermic. One of the nice things that I heard that traumatizing night where I was listening all night to what happened to Paradise and listening to the first responders is they said, we have a survivor. We have a 94-year-old survivor. They said that the next morning, like 5 in the morning, and he had taken shelter in one of Paradise's. They have like cisterns. There's a dam up here. See this Magalia Reservoir? A lot of people who died trying to escape by car could have just sat in this thing. I mean, there's a little bit of a fence and stuff, but downstream, if you go on the layers here, satellite, who's downstream over here. Wait, that's a baseball diamond. There's these big, like, ponds for the distributing water to the town, somewhat in the north part of town. Reservoir. And so, 94-year-old man was just sitting in one of those, just walked out of his house to safety, sat down. But he was hypothermic the next morning because the funny thing about wildfires is they come and they burn up all the vegetation and then you're freezing. I mean, the wildfire doesn't really produce a lot of heat. The heat goes up to the sky. Doesn't really produce a lot of light either. It's really eerie. And if you look around for sticks and stuff, right here, here's one of the above ground tanks. God, see, they haven't rebuilt much. It used to be all housing and stuff. I hope the town survives in general. But honestly, I don't think they should rebuild the same way. You see how a lot of these roads don't connect? Because this is a creek here, and they don't have a bridge over the creek. They should make them connect so people can evacuate. This is what trapped people. So many dead-end roads. Just Pence Road, one of the death alleys, and people have to get out of their dead-end road to get to the main run, go north or south to get to the main east-west ones. It's just not really a good place for a town. Anyway, where are these little things? These ponds, anyway. By he was here. He just walked, sat down. So when I thought I took note and I thought, you know what, get a wool blanket. The other thing about a wool blanket is it's going to weigh a ton if you get wet. But if you're taking shelter in your vehicle, which you can, like if you can't see there's smoke in front of you and you're trying to flee by vehicle and you can't guarantee that if in front of you and behind you is the fire, then stop near a bridge or culvert or just a recently plowed field, a big box store parking lot, baseball diamond, whatever, and sit there and chill. And if you've got a wool blanket, you can. If flaming debris rolls up against your vehicle, you just wrap it around your foot and kick it away. So Daisy May says wool actually emits heat as it dries out. Really? No way. I have silk clothes also. Super prepared. But I almost never wear synthetic clothes. Only in winter because cotton kills. You know. So Daisy May says, yeah, I have a smart wool and alpaca long johns. Sweet. Going to invest in cashmere socks also. So we should probably wear leather boots to evacuate from a fire. That'd be good. Yeah, you're good old-fashioned leather boots. I don't know about mink. Mink oil should be okay to condition and soften the leather. I don't think it's particularly flammable. You use mink oil, like true mink oil. You know, when I say mink oil, it's oil from mink. You'll find it in your shoe polish section. Mink oil. You don't want the petroleum stuff, right? And that'll waterproof your boots. Shouldn't be flammable, right? So what about down blankets with cotton covers? Don't believe that would work. The downfall of down, and I've heard, is, you know, it keeps ducks and stuff warm and geese. But the way that we stuff it into our clothing, and it's just loose, and it's usually a nylon outer shell, which sucks. The way we stuff it into our clothing, when it absorbs the moisture, it condenses to the lowest pocket on the clothing, and, you know, gravity weighs it down. So it's not like, say it was on your shoulder, it's not fully covering your shoulder anymore. Your shoulder gets wet and it absorbs the moisture and the feathers drop down. So you'd have to take it out, shake it, and dry it, and it's just like the stuffing of a teddy bear, you know, like it's not a woven thing, so it settles. So I've heard that down material is one way to get yourself killed in the woods because it's only really a good, safe insulator in snow, dry conditions. Now, the funny thing about Manchuria and Siberia, I was reading, you know me, I'm a sponge for random facts, right? KK mink oil, you have some good. Most waterproofing stuff is quite flammable. Always has been. It's usually oil based. Just gotta put that out there. I mean, the original waterproofing was beeswax on canvas tents and stuff. But when I was reading about World War II and how Russians and the Korean War, Russians, North Koreans, Manchurians, Chinese would dress themselves for the front lines, you'd think they'd be head to toe in fur. Or they'd be head to toe and down and stuff. In reality, it was too expensive for these struggling nations, you know. So the Union struggled financially for obvious reasons, and even the capitalistic nations were struggling in the 30s. So they didn't have good stuff like that, expensive stuff, to issue to the troopers. So what did they wear? They wore cotton, super insulated quilted cotton, as their uniforms. In the Siberian winter, they had fur hats, and that was the thing you couldn't go without. You want to keep your head warm and dry, and fur like beaver, otter, sable, you know, any of the water animals, mink, muskrat, and and just animals in Siberia in general, like the sable, their natural fur waterproofing keeps your head dry and warm. That's was so crucial about, say, the beaver hats that everybody wanted to wear in the Victorian era and the Edwardian era. It's keeping your head dry when you had to ride outside in carriages for the most part. It was essential survival material, not just fashion. You know, people say, "Oh, it's fashion." No, it wasn't fashion. It was the little ice age. You know? So I do not think down is gonna matter. So what I keep in my car always is a wool blanket, an Army issue standard 100% wool blanket, and I lay it across the back seats. I've told people stuff you just might want to have in your car is like a fire extinguisher, mostly to save a life if you come across an accident, and welding gloves. If you can get some welding gloves, then if you need to pull somebody out of a burning car, like if you come across an accident, you can touch the car handles, the door handles, touch the car, reach in without getting your hands burned, so you can cut somebody out of their seatbelt, whatever you got to do. Welding gloves are also sturdy enough for you to punch out windows. I suggest you don't use your fist. Use a point. Any kind of point is a better way to punch out windows, but if you have to punch with your fist, you can. But anything with a point is going to shatter glass better, whether or not it's a sharpened stick or whatever. But anyway, you could, if you have to. Now, welding gloves would be great if you have to even pick up like a burning branch. Just get it away from your car if you're taking shelter in your car. If you can't use your hands, you can't really do much. You know, and N95 masks, just keep them in your car. The last thing is, I mean, you call me goofy, but I've got swimming goggles in the back because what I learned evacuating my mom from the Beachy Creek fire, where the hot ash was raining down on my head, and I'm trying to load our family photos and stuff in the cars. Go nice and slow. You can't rush around. The smoke is going to choke you. You get exhausted. The heat exhausts you. The air doesn't seem to have as much oxygen as normal, and things that would never exhaust me, like picking up a suitcase and putting it in a car, I had to sit down and rest. The smoke is giving you carbon monoxide, and you're inhaling that, and that is depriving your blood cells of oxygen. The carbon monoxide is binding with your red blood cells instead of oxygen. It's one of the number one way people die in a structure fire. So your blood is not as oxygen rich. So you're going to get exhausted. I couldn't believe it, how often I had to rest. Yeah, Daisy May says I have welding gloves. Yeah, you can get those on even Amazon and stuff. Make sure they're legit, you know. And they also make the kind of gloves where you can handle burning wood with your bare hand. I would love to try those, and if I do get some donations, I'll try them out and experiment. I don't want to recommend products I'm not sure they work, right? But they're like silicone insulated or something like that. A lot like big oven mitts, but you're supposed to be able to reach into your own campfire and kind of move around the burning wood if you touch it briefly. But welding gloves, at least you could have your fingers articulate, right? And I've got goggles because what I learned when I was evacuating my mom is this stuff blows in your eyes. I couldn't believe, even though we were 15 miles away from the fire, the hot ashes constantly raining on my head and like making my scalp hurt. You need something on your head. I just recommend a knit wool cap, you know. But it's going to be going down your neck. The wind just blows the hot ashes and the embers on your neck. It's really horrible. That's why firefighter hats have got that long neck protector thing. But you know, as a civilian without full turnout gear, you know, what can you feasibly keep in your car? My eyes were the worst. I got bloodshot. It looked like I had just smoked like 20 doobies, right? Whenever the wind blew into my eyes, I got hot ash in my eyes. It was like grit, you know, because there's dust, there's dirt, there's ash, and it was hot. It was burning my eyeballs. And so I would constantly have my back to the wind, trying to load the car sideways and all kinds of weird stuff. The wind would change direction, boom, it goes straight up into my face, and I go, ah! Because these winds are going to be high, just dust storm level high. And so not only did I get a big whiff of smoke, I'm sputtering again, but now I can't see. And so I'm just going, oh God, Mom, can you bring me a bowl of water or something? You got that bottle of water? Ah, God, my eyes. So now I keep swimming goggles in the car. You gotta be able to see. So you gotta have your hands. You gotta have like a wool blanket, and the jug of water is a good thing. Like, just generally keep that in your car, like the one with the carry handle, like a gallon of water with the carry handle stuff. Swimming goggles, and then I've got the safety thing, the seatbelt cutter, life hammer, whatever they want to call that. Gerald says you can get a wool blanket for $10. Where? They're usually like 60. Wool blankets are kind of expensive. I was kind of taken aback by that. So take it slow. Nothing is going to go fast. As fast as you want things to go. Keep your heart rate down. Move slowly, methodically, and when you experience this, you're going to understand why firefighters move around so turtle slow. They don't, unless there's a child trapped inside or something, they don't run, because they will exhaust themselves immediately. It's the heat, it's the smoke. You can't get your pulse up, or you got to sit down and rest. So, yeah, fur. I kept an old fur coat in the car when I went out to middle of nowhere in wintertime. I actually had furry mittens and a headband, and I was able to keep that just in the trunk. But a fur coat that you get from some Goodwill or something totally save your life if it's the right kind of good fur. Now, I don't think that has a lot of value for any sort of fire situation, but it'll save your life in the woods. Like every Russian that I ever knew kept a fur coat in the trunk, because if their car broke down, you have to put one on and start walking or you die. Sheltering in your car during a blizzard or something isn't even an option. Just start walking along the road and get to a farmhouse or something or you die. And so the fur coat kept you alive until you got somewhere. So N95 mask I just keep in the car. I sit on the wool blanket, and it's protected by seats from stains and stuff. Now a couple times out of the year, I put the wool blanket in the freezer, because carpet beetles and clothing moths will try to eat the thing. So that'll kill their eggs and whatnot. And I take it out, put it on the line, and just bash it. The way that carpet beetles and clothing moths want to eat your silk and fur and wool, putting them in I keep those things in Ziploc bags, and you have to beat the furs. It beats the insect eggs off the furs, and the sunlight kills them. But it's the larvae of these insects that eats up your stuff and makes holes. Now you can go with a bag, make a go bag with all of it in a knapsack, so when you're ready to go, you can go. Yeah. Daisy says I have a leather bota bag. Maybe better than plastic. Glass is okay as long as it doesn't break, right? Plastic is too heavy. Don't exhaust yourself. Plastic. I think it will break. The clumsiness that you experience, the heaviness. Just think about being ultra weak. Think about having just run a marathon and been awake for 5 days straight, and that's about the exhaustion of just getting out of a car and inhaling some wildfire smoke is going to give you. The N95 is going to help you not inhale the really fine particulates. That's the stuff that gives you dementia too. They're linking that with dementia. Some of that can cross the blood-brain barrier. So it's the fine particulates you can't see, and they exhaust you and make you sick. It's extremely important. The N95 that fits, it squeezes your face hard. You don't want any gaps. You don't want anything. A full-on respirator would be best. So, see if I can find one on Amazon or something. Just an idea of what you should buy. It's not like the one with the here. I want to sign in. Like, come on, Amazon. Like a painter's respirator. Painter mask. The ones with the big filters on the side. This kind of stuff would be ideal. I don't know how well you could fit something like that in the car, though. The paper masks for like COVID-19, though. And God, especially a full face mask. That would be ideal. A lot of people are keeping these under their bed, and they're marketed as evacuation. Like if there's a fire, you reach under your bed, put it on, get out of your home and stuff, right? I can't tell you whether or not any of these work, or if they're fake, or if they're real, if they're legit. But it's a full face respirator mask, right? I can tell you right now, fake toy plastic helmet's not going to do you much good. Just a wool cap, that'll be fine. You can stick that in the back of the car. But that would help you with the exhaustion. I think wildfire smoke will quickly mess up the filters. I don't know how long they would last, can't tell you. But the style would be a good style if you could find a legit one. I don't know, Amazon can have Chinese fakes or all kinds of stuff. But maybe a local store or some product review site might be best, you know what I'm saying? Now, I thought about like a welder's mask, but they're too dark. And that's a lot to put in your car, right? But if I was thinking, if I came across a trapped victim in a car fire, and how could I get close to the fire feasibly, stand the heat and try to get a victim out? Not that I'm the strongest person. Having welding gloves, a life hammer with the seatbelt cutter, it's either called a life hammer. Life hammer. Yeah, that's the name brand, but there's generics you can get. It's a seatbelt cutter and window breaker. You just literally bash the window, and it has a point that's supposed to shatter glass pretty easy. So a lot of people keep these in the doors of their vehicle or in their glove box or something to try to get out. Mounting bracket, whatever. Hardened steel for easy breaking. Non-laminated side car windows, blah, blah, blah. Now that sucks. I've seen even cops with batons struggle to bash a window in that's laminated. And what I would have told them to do is try to pick up a brick, a rock, whatever, even the butt of their gun, pull the clip out, please. But get something, a sharp point, and then hammer glass. Sharp point, and then strike something with a striker. Like, you could punch it all day long and break your wrist. But if somebody has that cheap-ass window tinting, that's basically a laminate sheet over their, driver's side thing. I watched this cop on a video just bam, 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 bam with his baton. Couldn't shatter the stuff. It was kind of frightening, but just remember, glass will easily shatter with a point. With a point. So you want something that has a point. SV Kathy says, feeling grateful. I have a lot of wool yarn. I can knit hats, sweaters, and gloves with. Yeah, heck yeah. Make your stuff. It is pretty dang expensive. So, and you're right, Cheryl. You can make a go bag. So I really approve having a leather go bag. That's awesome. Fur and alpaca is also lighter and less itchy. I mean, it doesn't itch at all, where wool does. People think that all wool is going to itch them, and maybe I don't want to buy it. Well, just buy alpaca. So it breathes better, it's lighter, it's softer, and insulates better. Now, I would recommend silk socks, just as an aside. Cotton, I never want to own cotton socks again in my life. I recently figured out it had to be spelled out to me by weavers, that cotton is a giant scam. Sorry, I don't want to. I know that's one of our biggest industries in the United States, but cotton is a giant scam. It is marketed as a soft product, but it's actually one of the scratchiest fibers. It's right next to wool. It tears up your skin. I had such bad acne through all of my youth, and even today I'll get some acne breakouts until I got a silk pillowcase, and that's the secret of the glowing skin of Hollywood actresses and stuff, and the people who don't get acne breakouts. When you rub your skin against your cotton pillowcase, you're rubbing the dirt and skin oils, and the cotton is so porous and so rough. It is micro scratching your skin and allowing dirt to just shoving it up into your pores. It is irritating and inflaming your skin as you just rub up against it. And a lot of people don't know anything different. Like, a lot of people don't have true linens. Linens get softer over time. Not many people have a silk or satin pillowcase. I mean, satin, the fake stuff, makes your face hot. So people go, oh, cotton's the best. No, it's the worst. Get true silk. And most of my acne went away. If you have those chicken bumps all over your legs, chicken bumps, what is that called? Pilaria or whatever that is. They look like little bits, but they're not. They just have like a little white head on them. And there's no real scientific explanation from it. It's your cotton pants. It's tearing up your skin. It's inflaming it, and that's one of the major reasons you can get it. Cotton is a rough fiber. So when you wear cotton socks, that's when you get blisters in the woods. Wear a silk sock first as a bootie, then put your other socks on. You really won't get blisters as long as you broke in your, you have to do your due diligence and break in your shoes, right? But cotton is, you get the blister. Yeah, cashmere doesn't itch either. Yeah, cashmere. I'll never forget the day that my stepmom, back in the day, one of my dad's wives, she was so spoiled. My dad bought her a cashmere sweater, and she decided she didn't like it after wearing it a couple of times. Does she give it to me? I'm her same size. No, I would love a cashmere sweater. That would be great. It was this cream color. It was elegant. Well, she decided she didn't like it. So I got to the garage one day in the shop, and my dad's auto shop. And he says, hey, will you give me one of those cleaning rags? We can wax the car. So I open up Dad's trunk. His cleaning rags were these cashmere sweaters that she didn't like anymore. And I picked it up and went, oh my God, Dad. And it had like car wax and stuff embedded in it now. I would have liked that. I would have bought you guys some chamois or something. Oh my God. It was Nordstrom stuff, I just couldn't believe it. So the more that I'm replacing cotton in my life, the better my skin is just feeling and getting. My hair is not breaking off and looking bad anymore. I mean, wearing my constant headphones kind of weakens it at the roots up here. Ah! Okay, guys, there's a spider. Hang on. Oh God, there's a spider on the wall. Where's the fly swatter? Okay. If I don't survive this battle, just put it on my tombstone. Died valiantly. Died valiantly in combat with arachnids. Where'd it go? Oh crap, I lost visual. Where'd it go? Oh crap. Did it make it to safety underneath behind my cabinet? Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing, friends. When there's a spider You have to recruit somebody to maintain visual contact with it as you go for the swatter. Now I don't know where it is, but it's on that wall somewhere. I'll get you. If not today, tomorrow. Anyway, I got a spray for bugs. Ugh, need some more bug be gone. Now, don't poison things. Like, don't poison ants. It's just a bad idea. The ants die everywhere, and spiders come in and eat them. And it never really gets rid of your ants. Besides, you could accidentally poison the wildlife, right? But if you put a barrier spray, I think what it did is it came in through the window. I mean, I've got good screens, but, you know, they're not perfect. Just put a barrier spray. Bugs kind of detect it, and they go the other direction. You got to put it down at least once a year because sunlight breaks it up. Don't worry about ortho bug be gone barrier spray. You know, that's going to be okay. It's not totally toxic. Don't lick the floor, and you won't get toxic stuff. Hey, at least it's not a tick. Oh God, don't get me started on ticks. A tick probably crippled me for life, but I tested negative for Lyme's, but I probably have it. But yeah, if you ever do get bitten by a tick, do not discard the tick. Take a sticky note or whatever. Just take cardboard, sticky note, just whatever. Take a piece of clear tape and tape the tick to the paper. And take the tick for testing for Lyme's and Rocky Mountain spotted fever. The test is accurate on the tick. It's not accurate in your bloodstream. So never ever just pick it off and go ew or kill it or whatever. Really wish I'd saved the monster that was embedded in my neck. I got the bullseye rash thing later, and I either have permanent nerve damage from, say, Lyme's disease, or I got it. I don't know, but I had a raging fever, an awful experience. And it can kill you. It can make your heart swell up and inflame your brain and stuff. Yeah, thanks. It was in the Feather River Canyon that it got on me, I think. Kind of near where the Dixie fire started, but so long ago. There was just not that much awareness of Lyme's back then. But now I want to tell people about the awareness. Save the tick. It's disgusting. Put it in a jar. Whatever you got to do, tape it. Don't freeze it. It may even survive for weeks. Taped to the paper, and just once you tape it to the paper, put it in a jar or something. But don't squish it. Don't destroy it. So okay, what were we talking about before the spider attack? There was a really big one the other night, and as soon as I went for the ice water, I lost track of it too. And more alarmingly, I whacked the wall where I thought it was, and it fell behind the curtain. Then I moved the curtain, and it wasn't there. It like teleported to another dimension. I know that somewhere in this room is a giant spider, and now there's a wee one too, like its offspring. So Brendel and his mother is somewhere in the room. But I haven't sprayed for a bit, but once you do, you just don't get spiders. Don't have an ecosystem in your house. It's bad. Let's look back at fires and see if we have any update. Sometimes they'll do firefighting in the middle of the night, give us an update. Usually it's in the morning. Now I plan to stop streaming around 4 in the morning. Shaz73. Now 4:25. Goes live at 4 in the morning with her almost daily walks. So let me see if she is live. Believe it or not, I've got stuff to do. Like I'm in a critically busy week. I don't think she's live. Okay, she's not live today, so it's okay. We can still talk for a bit. Yeah, do you have any questions about survival? This is what I want to do. I do want to look at the 224 fire a little bit because it's sort of in my neck of the woods. I don't see any updates. Whoever on watch duty for the rabbit fire will probably get. Let's just check Facebook. fresh CAL FIRE Riverside camp. Nothing from last 8 hours. Didn't expect it to be. For the flat fire 2 hours ago? No, 6 hours ago. So there's nothing new to report on the flat fire. See if there's aircraft. I don't think there will be. I think only California really has nighttime firefighting aircraft, which is a shame. I don't see anything. Nothing going on. They are flying out of Medford. At dawn, they'll probably start something. The aircraft are usually in the air by 10 in the morning. I've seen a lot of VLATs and lots of very large aerial tankers. Hey, Blistering, how are you? Now, I'm sorry, there's an automatic censorship of you because you've got 3 different emojis, and I think that's about the limit. Or they think it's a emoji spam. Chaz was on 3 hours ago. Oh, yeah, sorry, so was I, though. Sad when we compete with each other, but she calms me down a lot. You know, she just goes on these pleasant walks. The kindest, funniest person. So, God bless the algorithm sometimes. You know, people have met on my stream and gotten married. Or engaged, actually. It's pretty amazing. So, I like it when she does 1 in the morning streams, because her 4 in the morning stream, I'm usually asleep for. I think half the people, the viewers, what, 35 viewers right now, are probably asleep. I went to sleep to my voice, but that's okay. How are you doing, Barnacles? What were we doing? Yeah. Updates. Now, there was something on the border with Idaho that was a bit concerning. But watch duty reporters are not actively monitoring Birch Creek in Muller County by the old Oregon Trail Highway in the Snake River. That's middle of nowhere. I'm south of, I'm well on the way to Idaho. Used to be a ghost town called Lime, Oregon, where it was a cement plant where they made lime, well, out of the cement plant. And it was this amazing old ruin, and I was going to go, there's like a castle on the landscape. I was going to go film it, and I didn't have enough money to get over there with my drone before they tore it down. It could have been the most amazing movie set, and the county's out here ridiculously stupid in that way. Let's destroy history. Somebody might get hurt. How about you preserve history and have Hollywood come film movies at it? And then put up a fence so nobody gets hurt. Alas. So this is pretty flat land over here by the snake. This is like tumbleweed grass fire, prairie fire stuff. If it crosses the snake, it can get up into the hilly territory, but don't know. It would. Unless it crosses the snake, I'm not terribly concerned. 39 road fire updated from 1.5 acres. This on the border. Kirby Creek fire to 11 acres. 1 Springs Creek is really some seriously uninhabited. Southeast Oregon is some of the most uninhabited places of the country. Barnacle says, wow, and hi, Cheryl. Live. Wildfires intensify north of Athens, Greece. Reuters is on YouTube, so other parts of the world have fires now. Yeah, Greece has fires, usually about the same time California does. We have the Mediterranean climate. We share a lot of its features. I've been to Greece. It's very hilly, somewhat mountainous, scrubby, olive trees and oaks. Very, very much like the foothills of California. And with the way that the jet stream's out of control again, and there's heat domes, which means some places are on fire in massive heat, the others are torrentially wet, and there's massive flooding. Say Vermont, Canada, and Vermont. What these heat dome things is, they block all the moisture that would normally go to an area, so that place is extremely hot and on fire. and on each side of the heat dome is torrential flooding. So they had torrential flooding in Italy at the same time that Greece was on fire. Opposite side of Italy, which was Spain, had the fires. Damn. It's sad to see it wherever it happens in the world. We can pray for them too. Now, I'm very happy that the Bear Creek fire by Carson was taken care of quickly, because we don't want fires near the gorge. Very glad that they really got a handle on the Tunnel 5 fire. Boulder fire, I think, was... What is this update? I thought, yeah, 46% containment? I thought they had more. It's the one at Mount Hood National Forest. And that they only evacuated campground. Is fires burning in dead and down debris and steep, rugged, alpine-like terrain. Percentage of the containment is increased to 46%. Cause under investigation. Temporary flight restrictions still over it. On Sunday, slightly lower temperatures and higher humidity moved over the area. Fire activity was minimal. Yes, even though winds picked up. A drone, like a military one equipped with heat sensing stuff, flew over the area in search of hotspots. The second day in a row, none were detected. Percentage of containment increased to 46% overall. Crews are almost finished opening the road for better access. That lies on the east side of the fire. Yay. Firefighters made additional progress along every side of the fire, moving towards mop-up. Mop-up objectives vary with features, but the goal is the same. It must be completed to a level that's sufficient to keep the fire from escaping or spotting across the existing lines. Blah, blah, blah. Also, another fire broke out at Ladee Flat, southeast of the Portland area last evening. The Boulder fire managers temporarily assigned a large helicopter and spotter plane to that attack. So their equipment got diverted. But it was conveniently in the air already. That's cool. Blah, blah. Today's mop-up continues as firefighters extend further into the fire interior. They expect to finish their brushing work and begin backhauling and returning equipment a bit later. Blah, 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 blah. Good news. Now we get a bit of return to our heat wave after a bit, but we got a couple of days of a reprieve. I think Thursday is when it gets hot again out here. Now the Slater fire is contained. It's off the map. The Devil's Butte. Off the map. That was the one where 2 fire trucks melted. Watch Duty never even mentioned it, but Coin News sure did. Let's go to Coin's Wildfire section. Barnacle says, sorry, I keep forgetting to not emoji. That's okay. I kind of like Twitch and how they have that stuff. Express Van Exorcist says, good morning. Morning. By the way, I'm a radio geek. Oh my god, I love you then. If anybody needs help with radio scanners, BK radios or other surplus public safety radios, holler at me. I'm located in Marin, Sonoma area of Northern California. Oh yes, boy do we want to talk to you. I got a Baofeng. I can't locate it right now. It's somewhere, probably in my garage. And yes, we were having a bunch of debates. J.E. Cat, who is one of our mods, is very up on radio stuff. I haven't seen some of the other guys who were here last year that are up on radio stuff, but I was C-Probe wants to buy one, and I'm now involved in ODART. Daisy May says, good night all, gotta get some sleep. Well, do come back and see us again. Always good when you're here. I'm not gonna be on for too much longer either, but I've been streaming for 5 hours. But yes, we definitely, can you please get in touch via email? So it's davidson.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I'm totally grateful for some of your advice because I'm with ODART now as one of the founding members. I'm not on the board of this charity, but C-Probe is. And the ham radio operator guys were giving me advice, and it's so over my head. But I've got to get a practice radio thing. And if I ever get near these wildfires, I'd like to tune in firefighter chatter if they're within, visual range. I have no idea what I'm doing. So the ham radio guys are ready to take me under their wing and get me licensed and all that. Yeah, thank you for offering. Really cool. C-Probe's not awake to be here, but I don't know that my little $25 Baofeng is gonna cut it for what we might want to do. He's also a pilot. And what ODART is Oregon DART, the Disaster Airlift Response Team. So when the big Cascadia subduction zone quake hits, they're going to be moving food, medical supplies, and or maybe medical professionals to cut off communities on the coast that have been devastated by, say, tsunamis. So we've already had a couple of drills. This is a very new organization where the pilots flew food from Walla Walla on July 8th over towards Aurora, Albany, Bend airports. And then the next day on July 9th, pilots flew it to the coast. Sometimes we do exercises where they just do it all in one day, but we wanted to break it up into 2 different days. We did this experiment to see if the ham radio guys could cover all of our communications between the pilots and the different ham radio operators at the different airports. The solar flare thing kind of interfered on July 8th. Things didn't operate as normal, but we're getting better at it, right? And so they had this big debate about what was the best kind of thing to get. The Motorola's, the Uniteds, everybody looks down at Baofeng and stuff. But yeah, C-Probe definitely is wanting to buy stuff now. He's got a small radio in case his avionics go out while he's flying. Talk to airports. But we're kind of wondering, there's a couple of problems we had with ODART, and that was speaking to each other on the ground at the same airport and with the somewhat close nearby ham radio operators. So yeah, air guidance would be awesome. So I already went over the rabbit fire pretty elaborately an hour or 2 ago, but right now I'm calling last call for checking up on wildfires before I've got to log out and actually do stuff before my own sleep. I had a heat exhaustion, it's been erratic. Hey, Chaz, how are you doing? Chaz, are you going to go live soon? Because if I log off, I'll send my people to you, of course. I was just, speak of the devil, I was talking about you. And Blistering was like, Chaz was on earlier. And I missed you because I was on. But how you doing, Chaz? Go to Shaz's channel and sub. She will keep you calm, when she does her nature walks almost every morning. So I guess I'm a soon-to-be radio geek. I just don't know what I'm doing yet. So, yeah. See, the Devil spewed fire, destroys 2 fire trucks. That was what the news media reported, but Watch Duty never did. Let's see. I'm surprised Coy isn't talking about the flat fire. That thing scares the pants off me. I think the flat fire could become has a potential to be giant. And we were looking at that earlier. The Biscuit Fire burn scar was a 500,000 acre fire that spread itself between California and Oregon. And not enough of the dead trees were logged, and it happened in 2002. But now those dead trees have the potential to burn. There's almost no road access. Rugged, steep, mountainous terrain by the Oregon coast, where the Pacific winds can just roll in, just fan it up. So I'm quite concerned. The rabbit fire is of a little bit concerned, but the flat fire of Southwest Oregon is a major concern to me. If California or a different part of Oregon or Washington gets a big fire closer to a town, they're going to peel resources away from it because there's just not enough people that live in Southwest Oregon for their crews to remain on the scene. They will be peeled away to fight other fires, and that will allow this thing to get bigger. It's this repeating cycle. Chaz says, I'm back home for today. I was out earlier on the river. Okay, cool. Maybe I can listen to your broadcast as I try to go to sleep later. So, Blistering says, I'm now rock hounding. Yeah. So, we gotta pray for rain. That's the only thing that can really help. Now, here's the crazy thing, guys. Weird stuff happens to me. C-Probe is a witness. But I told him, I feel like there's going to be a tsunami out of Alaska and a big quake. Soon. This is why I'm so involved with ODART, the disaster airlift response team for, say, a big quake. And I told him that it gave me the willies that a 4.2 near Alaska did have potential for a tsunami. And so I went on U.S. Geological Survey the other day and showed C-Probe. He goes, what do you mean a 2-foot tsunami? You know, that's not a tsunami, that's like a tide. And I was like, dude, they come in different sizes, man. So I told him I just had this weird feeling, and I even had a nightmare about it. Seaside was obliterated by a tsunami, same time Crescent City was in 1964 in the 9-point-something Alaska quake, the one that took out the town of Valdez. And so he goes, okay. So I no sooner have I gone to bed when 7.2 hits Alaska and generates a small tsunami. Things happen to me. So that's why that's in the media. When I was walking down Seaside, for fun, let's go see it. Last call for wildfire info, guys. Seaside, Oregon. It's not a great big town, but if you drive Highway 26 to the coast, it terminates up at Seaside. There's a roundabout and this statue of Lewis and Clark in Sacagawea. And the roundabout lets you turn around so you can drive all the way back to the East Coast. If you did that thing where you drive to the east, from the East Coast of the United States to the west, it'll end at Seaside. So that's the main strip. Last time I was there, it's been a long time. They uglified the town. They put a giant parking garage there. Destroyed the quaint little shops and stuff and put up giant hotels that block the scenery. And this is what the main street used to look like. This is what everybody remembers. The 1920s arcade type main street, little shops, right? Whatever the hell, they just put up the monstrosity. Anyways, I was walking on this sidewalk here years ago with my mom, talking to her about how this was all underwater because Seaside was struck by that massive tsunami in the 60s. And it knocked homes off the foundations, it flipped cars, it dragged people out to sea, it drowned people. And it crushed homes. People died in their homes. It was really a bad, tragic affair, but Crescent City, California was hit at the same time and overshadowed them in the news. Look at that, guys. The Google car goes by. A lot of people do funny poses. They know they're about to be photographed. I've done that before. I go, I'm on the Google car. So I'm walking by, and I don't know if this place is still open. There it is. Weird things happen to me, right? I was telling my mom about the devastating tsunami, and I stopped and said, what the hell? Tsunami Sandwich Co. Is that the most poor taste name? Where people died to a tsunami to have a sandwich deli called Tsunami Sandwich? People died here on this street. For God's sake. But it was a big surprise to me. Most people who have been to Seaside have no idea about the damage and the deaths. Because it's probably not good for the tourism thing. And this would appear to be high ground at first. It's really not. But you go down to the roundabout and there's the ocean. See how you have to go downstairs? Well, it's not high enough. the old boardwalk. They used to have a wooden boardwalk here. And, whoa. Now we're inside the Shiloh Inn. Whoa. I've been swimming here before. It's kind of a cool hotel. Yeah, this is the way I remember it. Why is the street view inside of the Shiloh Inn Hotel, though? Huh. Okay. That was random. But there's an ancient, down this boardwalk, there's an ancient aquarium that survived the Depression and everything. And they used to rescue wildlife off the beach and put it in the aquarium. So, recommend going there. And you can feed seals. They got a bunch of rescued seals and stuff. Here's next to Shiloh Inn. It's right down there. Yeah, see, it's where it says aquarium. Maybe the little man by Oceanway Street. Nope. 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 Further. First Avenue. Down. Nope. Where's the aquarium? Okay. There. That's the wrong spot. There it is. It's kind of out of the way. Not a lot of people know about it, but it says feed the seals. So they've got a bunch of seals in there and the cool octopus and stuff. That's what the hell? Okay. Random. Okay, but Blistering Barnacle says, I want to get a rock tumbler. You guys know a good rock tumbler? Because I want to buy one too. Now, for when I get a Patreon, if people have a certain level of subscription, I went around collecting quartz from different gold mines of California and different gold-rich areas. So they are gold or quartz. I mean, most of them are small enough to see that there's no gold in it, but these little bits of quartz I would mail to people, and you can make pendants out of it and stuff. It's authentic California gold quartz from the areas where wildfires have been. And I thought about tumbling it, but then I saw examples of tumbled quartz. It just looks like a white rock, and it doesn't look very cool. But for other things, for a higher tier of, like, say, support of the channel, I want to mail people pendants and stuff of some of the really finer tumbled rocks I find. So, Chaz says, like Paradise, who did BD Ice, that was a good name for fires. The what? I'm not sure what you mean, Chaz. But I know the vibrating tumblers are probably better than the ones that spin, like the drum ones, but I don't know. I don't know of a good one. Every time I read the reviews on Amazon, they say it worked for a week, then stopped. And oh, Blistering, you make pendants? Cool. Go to Blistering's channels too, because that's a cool time. I also want to start magnet fishing. But anyway, I just thought it was a very poor taste thing to name a sandwich shop the Tsunami Sandwich Deli at a place where people died. But you can tell where the tsunamis really easily are going to devastate the coast. The reason that Crescent City and Seaside were hit so hard in the '64 quake is, look at this. There's usually something that traps the waves and makes them bounce back at the community. It's usually rocky coastline, like a cup, like an arch, like a bowl, south of the town. So Seaside and the town of Cannon Beach are separated by this giant rocky cliff thing. There's a reason why the highway has to go inland here, because it can't go around the edge. This is all severe rocky coastline stuff, solid rock. Now, a stagecoach used to go around the beach, and at very, very low tide, stagecoach was on the sand, and that's how they got mail before any of this was cleared. This was all bog and primeval forest and stuff in the early 1800s. And there is at Hug Point a place where they blasted a road, and you can still see the wagon ruts. It's right here. I don't know if anybody took a picture. There's another thing I want to show my viewers, like do a stream. I think it's there. I think it's right there. There's wagon ruts or something. This might be not the right tide. It's kind of interesting. See the picture further down. But yeah, it's a nice beach. I want to be there now. Mussels. I don't know if there's any abalone nearby, but it's icy cold during the summer. The strange thing about the Pacific is it's warmer water in the winter. That's why you see all the bodyboarders out there in the winter, because the water comes from the Gulf of Mexico in the winter, comes from Alaska in the summer, so freezing in summertime. But the tsunami hit the rocks and it bounced back into Seaside and just completely flooded this. I don't know if you know the 1964 quake. Tidal wave is what they would have called it back then. Yeah, the deadly tsunami that hit the Oregon coast in '64. So this just really messed up the town. I was hoping there'd be more pictures. But it took a lot of these trees and the driftwood and threw them up against the homes, knocked them off their foundations, and crushed people. I mean, there's always gigantic logs at the Oregon coast. A lot of them have been there since the logging days of the 1920s, and the salt gets in the wood and it can no longer rot because it's so salt permeated. Kind of is preservative. Sometimes it's buried by the dunes, and sometimes they just float out to sea, float back in. Not a giant stump, I don't know. But they basically rebuilt the town. That's Alaska. This is what happened in Alaska. Just a taste of what happened to Alaska. But this is back at Seaside. Oh, near Waldport, actually. So this is actually further down the Oregon coast. There are other places that got hit by the tsunami, but because it got reflected back at Seaside, it was a significant damage and loss of life. I don't know that they ever had a death toll that was accurate, because the bodies got washed out to sea, right? Oh, and that is the petrified forest. I do have a video of me going there. An ancient tsunami buried a forest, and the stumps, the lower areas that were protected by sand, were petrified and preserved. And so I didn't even know this was here. I'd heard about one of those things on the Oregon coast. We had a storm in the 2000s that uncovered it. But here, my mom and I, this is much further south, go to this beach one day during COVID to just try to, once the lockdowns and stuff, they relaxed them slightly. We've been cooped up for months. Stayed at social distanced away from everybody and blah, blah, blah. I saw that there were these things out there. The tide was higher. And I said, this is either an old dock or something. I don't know why there would be one. Or these are old petrified trees. And so I walked up with my camera and filmed them. And they were the petrified ancient trees. So, according to scientists, similar earthquakes typically occur off the coast every few hundred years with a 37% chance of a major quake occurring in the next day. So anyway, I actually know this person. This person who runs the That Oregon Life website. I don't think I've met him more than once, but pretty cool site. So, okay. Sounds like a fantastic idea. Yeah, if I get some donations, I'll go show people some cool stuff. But you can tell which places will be hit hard, because if you look down at Crescent City, anywhere there's that bowl thing to reflect tsunamis back into an area like Lincoln Beach here, that's where they're going to get hit. So looking down Crescent City, California, if we zoom out, people an idea what this is. See, Crescent City got that cup feature, right? It's bounced back into the town. So this airport's got to be toast. Fort Dick. What the hell? But this community will be hit hard again. So they got tsunami warning signs and stuff. And probably museum deal with the... I haven't been there quite some time. So I'm not sure where our pilots are going to try to land. It might be at a different place. They may have to clear some of the highway for pilots. Who knows what the state of this would be, but the regional airport being right next to the coast is probably going to be toast. Eureka, I think, was hit. It's got that same tsunamis get reflected back situation. And I think Monterey, back in the day, it has its own seaside, which makes it very confusing. People have been to Monterey, which is a magical place. That aquarium is just one of the most magical places on the world. Lestring says, get my new stickers, yeah. Okay. Okay, last call. Anybody need any wildfire info? Time for me to try to get a couple of hours of work in before I go to bed. I'm trying to get behind me. I'm 6 months behind in all of my correspondence with people. Just like life tasks. Like I've got taxes to do from 2 years ago. I was sick for like 6 months during the winter, and just now I'm feeling like I'm on the way to recovery. So I'm 6 months behind in my correspondence, just doing general things, catching up on life, and I'm trying to catch up as ASAP so that I can sit down, and if a giant wildfire breaks out, so we can monitor it every day. Be live most of the day every day. And so I'm just in turbo mode here. So I will go live again. I plan to whenever I wake up, which is probably going to be in the evening. Don't think I have anything particularly scheduled for today, other than catch-up time, right? I may have some family obligations, but probably when I wake up, I'll try to go live. So, okay, nobody responded to the last call. Then I think we've done a good wildfire roundup. Just to reiterate, I am quite scared of the flat fire. This is going to be a nightmare. There's not that many communities, but there's a whole lot of environment to lose, and it can become a monster. And because there's not that many communities around here, just when they get a handle on it, if other fires break out elsewhere, this one will be abandoned, especially by aircraft and stuff. And the entire Biscuit fire burned scarred. The Biscuit fire burned 500,000 acres just like this, over the border. It's full of dead trees, ready to become a mega fire, a $1 billion disaster type thing. And all these communities are already suffering. They closed down the Rogue River. This is the peak of their tourism season. These coastal communities, because they're getting the smoke, are not going to get the tourists. The fishermen, the deep sea fishermen stuff. The fish runs are going to suffer. They're not, the salmon and stuff that spawn up here are just going to find a wasteland. This is kind of a disaster in many ways. But we'll see. We can hope for the best. Maybe they'll get some rain in the forecast. I don't think any is in the forecast, but pray for that. Rain is the thing that'll help us with the flat fire, not too much else. They don't have too many other options. Okay, friends. So I'll try to see you guys tomorrow. And Shaz, if you want to talk to me, I can meet you on Telegram or something. You still use Telegram? I hope so. For the rest of you, then I'm glad that you're here. It'll probably be after 5 p.m. that I can stream tomorrow. I might just sleep like 10 hours or something. I'm not ready to go to bed quite yet, but I'll try to let you guys know. So thank you all for being here. Thanks to anybody who has donated. Super thanks, super chat, PayPal. You're funded by donations. If I don't get enough donations, I gotta get a day job and stop. But so far, we're hanging on. But thank you so much. Good night, everybody. Good luck.